for that in the best possible way, which has not occurred yet. In terms of the limitations of Comrade Matum, I want to say that he was not as limited as anybody on that region. In fact, he was less limited. He jumped in, dared to try to take it on. Despite whatever contradictions he may have recognized in himself, he had the courage to take it on, and I salute him. And in fact, it was my pushing Matum that is the basis of his not being there now. And it was my assumption in part that this would contribute to someone stepping forward from that region. I know there are brilliant people who I know who are part of that region. And that did not happen. So what I'm saying is that that One Africa, One Nation marketplace, if you think about it, it could be and should be central to development of the entire region for recruitment, the thousands of people who come through there regularly, the ability for the party not only to get the resources coming as a consequence of people renting the spaces in the booths, but also for the party in various iterations to establish booths of our own to raise money with, which brings an incredible amount of resources to the regional committee for doing the work. And the fact that the region would have control of the programs that we do at the regional book fairs and things like that to really shape and mold consciousness and win people to the party. That's a strategic gold mine that has to be taken on. And we do have at least one person in that region who is extraordinarily competent around that One Africa, One Nation marketplace, and who, in the absence of having willing forces to step forward and lead the regional work, has done much of that herself. And we're all going to have to give serious consideration to that, because I have some ideas about what has to be done. And I was hoping that people would jump in, and because I felt like it was going to take an enthusiastic, united position to do what has to be done in that region. And it means that people won't have the luxury of choosing whether or not I want to be on this committee or doing this and that, because the terms are set for us by the conditions, by the revolution, by this moment in history, which is so critical, and by the party and democratic centralism. So I appreciate the report. I appreciate folk, getting together and telling us that there were some great things that happened. The work that was done around the COVID-19, the ALD work, and there are other things that you mentioned that I thought was extremely important, but it's diluted by the fact that there's no center. There's no center there. And that has to be changed. And that region is going to have to take responsibility for building the party there. That's what the regional strategy is all about. So I want to thank you, comrades, for what you presented. But I'm telling you that it's going to have to change, and it's going to have to change within a matter of days. Not going to put it on the thing and we're going to solve the problem. We're going to identify and search for and find a regional rep and all of this stuff that might happen. And I hope it happens before Yahweh gets back or Yahshua returns, because we've heard this promise, I'll be right back, for a while now, and it hasn't been satisfactory. And so I just wanted to say that, and thank you again, comrades. Uhuru. Adelante. So go ahead, comrade. I know I interrupted you where you were going with that, but go ahead and I know you have another report, Uhuru.
Chairman. Yes. So next we're gonna get right into the Northern Regional APSC report. Given by Comrade Halley. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, comrades, and deeply want to salute the whole African People's Socialist Party and the North Region My name is Hallie. I am the North Regional Coordinator of APSC and USM. And next slide. I want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, the entire National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, and all of the incredible party leaders here in the North Region, Yesterday and Kiongozi, for that powerful presentation. Thank you, comrades. Next slide. APSC is under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to build white solidarity with Black power. I really want to salute my direct leadership, Chairwoman Penny Hess, for leading APSC for over 40 years, and USM Chair Jesse Neville, who I also work under. APSC supports and adopts the party's regional strategy to take territory and dual and contending power, and to win reparations from the white population and anti-colonial force and African internationalism. Next slide. I want to salute my APSC North Regional Committee, who will also be helping to give this presentation, which includes Secretary General of APSC, Ali, who is the manager of the Uhuru Furniture Store in Philadelphia, as well as the project director for the North Region, and also Len, who is our newest applicant of APSC going through the sponsorship process. Len is chair of USM Philadelphia and also the membership coordinator for the USM North Region. Next slide. I want to salute the whole USM North Regional Committee. These are such amazing comrades. So I'm the chair of the USM region and also the Boston representative. Len is over membership in Philadelphia. Carbon is the secretary and leads the New York City work. Eva is our Pittsburgh rep. Jesse is the Baltimore representative. And we have many active members in the region who help with outreach and phone banking. Emma in New Paltz, New York, Declan in New York City, Mara and Eby, who are in the Boston area, and Henry and Mary in Philadelphia. Uhuru, thank you so much for all your work, comrades. All right, next slide. So APSC, again, we support and adopt the party's regional strategy. It's so critical to building the region, and we unite with the party's strategy for dual and contending power. And as APSC, our task is to win reparations from the white population. And we're going to show you how we've done that and what our plans are. So next, I would like to bring up Secretary General Ali of APSC to give the political significance of the parties being in the North Region. Uhuru Ali.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Hallie. And, you know, we want to salute the chairman for developing and fighting for the party's regional strategy, and salute the party's North Regional report from President Yesterday Kiongozi and the chairman's intervention. And as President Yesterday stated, the party has, and the Uhuru movement has had a powerful presence and influence in the North Region, as the chairman said, for decades. And APSC is working to build regionally in the context of this incredible history of the movement. You know, as people know, the chairman has been discussing in the Sunday studies the significance of the party holding the first World Tribunal on reparations to African people in Brooklyn, New York in 1982, where people came from all over the US and the world to participate in this historic tribunal, putting the US government on trial for its crimes against African people for the first time in history, and demanding $4.1 trillion of reparations for stolen labor alone, which we know is nothing compared to what is owed at this point. And in Philadelphia in 1985, the city of Philadelphia, under the leadership of neo-colonial Mayor Wilson Goode, dropped a C4 bomb on the MOVE organization, which was an attack on the whole African community. And the city murdered 11 African children, women, and men, and burned down 62 homes, destroying an entire African community of West Philly. And the chairman immediately, and the party printed an edition of the Burning Spear newspaper with the whole front page, the aerial view of the burnt out community that the city had destroyed, with the heading, "Reinforcements are on the way." And the party sent in organizers and has had a powerful presence in Philadelphia ever since. And APSC and USM was brought to Philly by the party to build the reparations solidarity movement right after that in '86. And PDAM, this is just a tiny glimpse of what the movement has done in the North region. Obviously, we can't give a whole history, but, we were honored to be able to participate in such campaigns for many, many years under NPDAM, the party's leadership that, consistently pushed back the rampant police murders in Philly of African people. And, as President Yejide was saying, the party has initiated and led African Liberation Day, the Black is Back mobilizations, and the African National Women's Organization in Washington, D.C., and so much more. So next slide. Philadelphia is currently the main political and economic hub of the region named by the party, which is centered around the party's dual and contending power economic institution, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. And Uhuru Furniture has been a highly popular used furniture store for 27 years in Philly, with a huge growing base of community support. It's an economic, political, and cultural center, and a living and vibrant example to the African community and others of what African self-determination really looks like. And it's also a distribution center for the movement's Buy Black Power products. Next slide. As the chairman referenced, the One Africa, One Nation marketplace is a 15-year-old African market in Philadelphia led by the party, with over 100 vendors each time we do a market. In large markets 6 months out of the year, where African people sell their goods and build their businesses to grow independent economic development for their families and the African community. And the annual Uhuru Book Festival and Health Festival and the Book Fair, major events now featuring the chairman as the keynote speaker, which mobilizes the whole North region to attend. And USM always has tables at all these events to raise reparations and build white solidarity with Black power. Next slide. Decolonize is an institution of the African National Women's Organization, focusing on healthy skincare products, and the sale of these amazing products forwards the campaigns of ANWO to build power for African women around the world as part of the African nation. Next slide. Uhuru Planet, reparations apparel, is a clothing line and institution of the party, which we just heard a great report from Comrade Halley, which is a subsidiary of Black Star Industries and is coordinated by the African People's Solidarity Committee, with the task to raise resources for APSC to be able to get solidarity centers and do the work around the country for reparations. The mission is to forward the culture of white reparations to African people. And, we salute Hallie for your leadership of coordination of this project based out of Boston, Massachusetts, and building that team. Next slide. In 2020, Uhuru Planet met regularly with the Office of Deputy Chair, Ona Zinea Shatella, and with other Black Star Industries institutions, Uzi and Decolonize. And these meetings professionalized Uhuru Planet to complete all the mandates given at last year's 2020 plenary. We salute the leadership of ODC and the Black Star Industries. Next slide. The Black is Back Coalition March on the White House is every November in Washington, D.C. And this past year, we brought a large contingent from the Solidarity Movement to come out and support this powerful march to demand Black community control of the police and down with colonialism. The party also holds African Liberation Day marches, as we said, and conferences every May that the Solidarity Movement mobilizes for in the North region. And now I'll turn it back to Comrade Hallie to talk about our membership. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Ali. So next slide, please. So we have USM members in over 50 cities in the North region. Our membership also spans across Canada with representation in Ontario and Newfoundland and Labrador. And the three main areas we intend to build branches are in Boston, New York City, and the regional hub of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We want to recruit organizing committees also in Washington, D.C. and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we have one APSC sponsor right now being processed. And our goal is to recruit at least 2 members to APSC to build our regional committee to capacity. Next slide. So the next few slides, we're going to show you some highlights of the last year of what USM and the APSC North have been up to. So in February, following right after the last year's plenary, we held a North Regional organizing tour. We had events and special meetings in Philadelphia, New York City, and at Rutgers University in New Jersey, where local members hosted an event. This was an opportunity for me to travel around the region as the main speaker and regional organizer to meet with the local members who did the outreach on the ground to get people there. And, this tour was interrupted by the COVID pandemic, but we shifted to phone banking to reach all our members when the pandemic really started. So next slide. At the USM convention last April, we launched our campaign to make Wall Street pay reparations. So this was our first public action since the pandemic, was organizing a car protest against JP Morgan Chase. This was in May. And we held it in Boston and New York City. You can see our cars there with these big banners. Next slide. We have a couple more photos of the rally. In New York, we drove by the world headquarters of the bank and also the CEO's house. We were honking past his house. Next slide. So throughout the summer, we held actions in front of Bank of America buildings to raise the demand that they owe reparations to the Black Power blueprint. These happen in New York City and Philadelphia and Boston. Next slide. So days following the brutal murder of George Floyd, USM Boston held an action in front of the Somerville police station where we read a statement from the African People's Solidarity Committee demanding reparations and Black community control of the police. This picture here from that. And around this time, we also held demonstrations in New York, Boston, and Philly to demand reparations for the murder of George Floyd. Next slide. In Boston, we held 4 outdoor film nights. In my backyard, I hosted this event called Smash Colonial Violence. And we, following social distance protocols, this was a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. And we even had one live stream event of a USM webinar, which brought all new people out. It was really fun. Next slide. In July, Uhuru Planet moved into our own office studio production center in a large makerspace in the white community called Artisans Asylum in Somerville, Mass. This is like an outpost for APSC to build the solidarity movement to support Black Power. People take flyers and buy spears from we have a little shelf that's a permanent outreach table. We've won USM members, we've won donations, and there's just so many people we can network here in this space. Next slide. So one of Uhuru Planet's only tabling opportunities this past year was the One Africa, One Nation market in Philly this past September. It's really important for the solidarity movement to support these party institutions. The USM and Uhuru Planet always has a table there, to meet the white folks who go to those events to support it. And this was also an opportunity for me as a regional organizer to meet the local Philly chair, Len, who we were working on the March for Reparations together. So I'd actually like to bring up Len to give the next couple slides. So Uhuru, Len.
Uhuru. Thank you, Hallie. And I just want to salute the chairman and, the whole regional strategy of the party. I guess some next slide. Some other victories in 2020 were that, photos of USM organizers with our protesters demanding reparations appeared in the Boston Globe newspaper and the Philadelphia Inquirer. This shows the importance of propaganda wherever we go, to always label our signs and to wear the logo to identify ourselves as organizers in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Next slide. In October, we held a March for Reparations to African people in Philadelphia, which was a big success. Planning this event helped to consolidate the USM North region, bringing in active members across Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, and Pittsburgh. Building for the march was a perfect example of the party's regional strategy in action. Salute to President Yejide for speaking, as well as Pam Africa. Next slide, please. We engaged in mass political education by making Philly-specific graphics for the march about our demands. We had a strategy to share these to Instagram accounts, which resulted in almost 600 likes. And at least one new member for Philadelphia. So shout out to Kara for designing these graphics. Next slide, please. And let's see, in November, we mobilized for a USM contingent at the Black is Back march on the White House in Washington, D.C., and even went there last month for Inauguration Day to speak at a reparations rally. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
And throughout the year, our members held reparations challenges to raise resources for the Black Power Blueprint. And some highlights were the No Surrender live stream rave by Declan and Carbon, Colin's wine events on Zoom, Nina's dance class, and art made by Eva, Ebi, and Carbon. So now I'll turn it back over to Hallie to talk about our goals for 2021. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thanks so much, Len. So next slide, please. And next slide again. So our recruitment plans to build APSC and the USM, our goals. Our goals are to recruit, build USM and APSC. We want to build our regional committees to capacity, build branches again in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. We're going to hold a regional conference in March, the USM convention in April. We want to bring contacts to Chairman Studies that Omali taught me, as well as the APSC studies. It's very important to participate in that. And we will build our volunteer program, the NTU Volunteer Brigade, that USM and Uhuru Planet can participate in, and continue to support the already established volunteer program of the Uhuru Furniture Store. Next slide. We will build a Solidarity Center in Philadelphia, as well as expand on Uhuru Planet space where we can host events and meetings once COVID is less. So next slide. We have a resolution to establish an APSC North fundraising plan using Uhuru Planet franchising, as well as investing in the Buy Black Power campaign. Next slide. And of course, USM will be supporting the main campaigns of USM, the Reparations Legacy Project, which is also targeting Wall Street to make Wall Street pay reparations. Next slide. We will continue our annual tour in the fall, where we bring Chairman Amalia Shatella on tour. We also might do a march for reparations, depending on the situation, but we're going to do a large action in the fall. We always do that. Next slide. And we will sell the Burning Spear newspaper, and we really want to get the books into bookstores. We want to distribute the paper and really push that, and tracking spear sales, political education, all that. Next slide. We will build and support all party institutions, not just in the region, but around the world, and especially supporting Uhuru Planet as the main institution of APSC that we will build. So next slide. Uhuru, thank you. We are winning. Thank you, comrades, for helping with this report. Salute the chairman, Uhuru.
Uhuru. I really want to appreciate that report, comrade, and all the work being done on the Northern Region APSC. Next up, we're going to be bringing Comrade Kobina Bantashango to report on the work being done in the APSP Southern Region. Uhuru. Uhuru, comrade.
Oh, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, can I be seen?
Can be very seen.
That's what's up. All right, Uhuru comrades, I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this movement and be able to present today. And we're going to be dealing with the Southern region. So Uhuru comrades, my name is, as was said, Kobina Bantu Shango, and I'm the regional representative, the Southern regional representative of the APSP. And I have to first give a salute to my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and to Deputy Chair Onazene Shatella for all the tireless work she does and her leadership. They both set the example of what we should emulate and how to appreciate the whole NCC and attendees in this plenary. This is the layout of the party Southern Regional Strategy to meet our mandates from our 2018 Congress and 2020 plenary. Next slide. it is not possible for us to go through our magnificent history in this short period of time. So there's so much that is left out in this presentation, like campaigns such as Pitts and Lee, several Florida rebellions, the economic institutions, and struggles, just to name a few. This is the beginning. Chairman O'Malley sets the foundation for the Uhuru movement from recognizing organization is key and being a key organizer in the Student Nonviolent Coordinator Committee and building its first membership branch to developing the theory of African internationalism and the height of resistance. The chairman walked in and tore down a racist mural in St. Petersburg, Florida City Hall. This sets the foundation that you do not ask for power, you take it. Uhuru, next slide. Always seeking to develop and solve the problems of the revolution, Chairman recognized the limitations of SNCC and other organizations and created JOMO, the Hunter of Militant Organizations. JOMO had a 10-point platform and understood that, and they understood that the African working class not only had a right to make a revolution, but a duty. And the chairman set out to do just that, and at times carrying the whole revolution on his shoulders, taking the position that even in the defeat of the Black Power Revolution, we could never abandon the people. We must stay above ground and complete the Black Power Revolution of the 60s. Next slide. The chairman and JOMO in 1972 co-founded the African People's Socialist Party with Lawrence Mann and two other organizations, the Fort Myers Black Rights Fighters and the Gainesville Black Studies Group. Next slide. In 1978, the party built a nationwide movement and formed the Desi Woods Commission to lead it. This was a dynamic campaign. So much more could and need to be said about our comrade Desi Woods, who on a night in 1975 took a white man's gun that was trying to rape her and her friend and murdered him. And if you do not know about the campaign of Desi Woods or our courageous comrade Desi Woods, this is a courageous warrior, and you need to be able to go and look up that campaign. So next, I will call on our comrade Timber up, who is the regional agitprop coordinator. Next slide, comrade Timber.
Uhuru. Fast forward to the Battle of St. Pete, the battle that worldwide made St. Pete the city of African resistance and laid the foundation for the rebellions we see today that came as a result of the police murders of Mike Brown and George Floyd. St. Pete police murdered Tyron Lewis, but he had a revolutionary party on the ground to organize and sum up what was going on. This is what we mean. This is what we must build. Witness this video, a 37-second clip. Please play the video.
The people rose up and met them with a fierce armed resistance, you understand? A serious resistance, you understand? Because they intended, first, they failed in their attempt to isolate us politically, criminalize us, and shoot us off to prison. They failed. Then they tried to create a situation where they could provoke something that would allow them to attack us militarily. They were going to win it, get rid of us by a military attack. And when they attacked us militarily, they got their asses kicked by the people right there.
Uhuru. Next slide, please. We built the All People's Tyron Lewis Community Gym and named the street he was murdered on after Tyron Lewis. This is taking power. When the state attempted to turn the war on terror onto the African community in Miami, Florida, it was the African People's Socialist Party and the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement that sent organizers to defend what the chairman and Uhuru movement coined, the Liberty City 7. This is our comrade leadership, Kobina's first organizing experience outside of Huntsville, Alabama. But these African working class young men were set up by the police or the FBI and charged with 4 counts of conspiracy to commit a terrorist act. Each count carried 70 years apiece. It was the movement and our chairman's leadership that organized the Liberty City 7 committee and forced the states to have 3 consecutive trials to try and convict 5 of them. Today, all of them are released, and the maximum amount of time was 14 years served by Nasir Batiste. Next slide. What about the Black community led by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's Diop Olabala? This chant was heard all over the US, so much so our website received so much traffic that it crashed. It was the first time Obama fumbled over his words. This put the world on notice that Obama had been summed up as a neo-colonialist puppet. This was crucial because most of the so-called liberation movement had abandoned any revolutionary principles for white power and blackface. The Uhuru movement, the Vanguard Party, stayed the course to complete the Black Power revolution of the 1960s. We not only criticized the neo-colonialists, but the organizers who jumped ship. Next slide, please. Leading up to our 7th African People's Socialist Party Congress, we had our pre-Congress Southern Regional Conference. While it was poorly attended and built for, it assisted the regional organizers in seeing itself for the first time. Discussing the mandates for the Southern region is International Secretary Chiwo Zolo Uhuru Chiwo.
Uhuru. During the historic 7th Congress, Chairman laid out more clearly than ever the regional strategy and the mandates to make it happen. Next slide. What Chairman Omali Yeshitela's political report called for was that each region be recognized as a political economic hub of the party. Our regional work must be forwarded as a manifestation of the economic trajectory of our party toward self-determination. In other words, our political work is the anti-colonial representation of the struggle against economic dependency, the essential component of colonialism. These regional political economic hubs must inform our recruitment and membership drives and party assignments. Next slide. And these are the mandates for the Southern region from the 7th Congress. Next slide. Study and constant use of the party's organizational manual and its protocols for building the party units from the ground up. The answers to most organizational questions are found in the party manual. Create your POA for building your region with step-by-step timelines for accomplishing this task. Build your regional committee, fill every job description. Open, staff, and operate your regional hub. If you are using an Uhuru house, it must be open and staffed. Weekly Sunday rallies are mandated. Name other cities where offices can be opened by the party in PDUM, USM, and other mass organizations. Next slide. Sponsor events featuring Chairman Omali Yeshitela annually at minimum. This is key to recruitment. Develop your Buy Black Power business as fundraisers for your regional work. Hold a monthly meeting of party and APSC regional reps in each region, and a quarterly meeting of all party and APSC regional representatives. Build functional local units in a local party organization, and to recruit to the party on the regional level. Next slide. And we will be discussing some of these mandates in greater detail throughout the presentation, but now we're going to be bringing back up Southern Regional Rep, Kobina Bantushango.
Uhuru, appreciate that, Comrade Chiwo. And one of our primary goals in 2021 is to build our regional office to capacity. And this is something that we really got to take on in a very serious way, and is laid out in our plan of action for 2021 and beyond. This has been a limitation that we must overturn. Part of this was a lack of leadership on my part as a regional representative, and not developing a clear POA that gives us a step-by-step way to accomplish this. Leaving the 2020 plenary, the committee only had a representative, and we have developed to fill 3 other positions, which is secretary, agitprop, and also recruitment and membership. Next slide. but we must continue to build and develop our committee in 2021. One of the urgent and most vital positions that we need to fill is economic development coordinator. And although not listed, we must fulfill the position of a coordinator for the N2U volunteer program as well. And this is something that throughout this plenary we have seen T'Challa's leadership and what N2U has done for different departments. And it's a must that we have to jump on board and make sure that we have a regional N2U coordinator in the first half of 2021. Next slide. Some accomplishments, just to name a few, we had in the past year, we were able to complete the Wabiki Bank. We developed an economic development component of the region, which is Freedom Line Tees, which we'll talk a little bit about, and consolidate party members throughout through 123 contacts. Next slide. Some of the contradictions that after the plenary, that we did not have a clear POA, and there was a struggle to bring forth the POA initially, and the regional office has not been built to capacity up until this point. And but we went in new members that I'm confident that we're going to be able to make sure that we have office to full capacity in 2021. Next slide. We developed through the process with working with the National Department of Organization, the NDO, Chimaranga, Selambayo, and the other regions. We developed the POA, and we developed a regional strategy to do Thursday lives and monthly webinars for recruitment, which one, we had the chairman come in and speak during Juneteenth, and we have some new recruits from this process. Most have not been able to stick, which informs us the internet is a tool, but cannot substitute boots on the ground in recruiting. Next slide. We hosted, thanks to the brilliant leadership of our chairman and the push that the chairman had, and leadership of Masamela Odom from the Western region for pushing the chairman's call for the Regional Black Power Summit. Next slide. We won good participation and had upward of 60 people on the summit. We won membership in APDEP, membership in PDOM, and resolutions out of all 5 workshops that we had happening simultaneously to build, to help build the region and work with Louisiana United International campaign around getting out political prisoners, released in this period of COVID. Next slide. We organized a United Spear Cell March 2020 coming out of the plenary right before COVID hit to thousands of Africans pre-COVID, and sold 200 plus spears within a matter of hours. And in the midst of COVID, we stayed on the ground following the chairman's example, never abandon the people, even in the face of a pandemic. Chairman called for a COVID-19 commission to be led by APDEP's director and Dr. Aisha Fields. We organized forces throughout the region to hit the ground with propaganda to inform the African working class about COVID and how the colonial virus is attacking the African community. We informed the community on how to fight the colonial virus by passing out thousands of flyers and hanging hundreds of posters throughout the region. Uhuru. And next slide. Next, I'm gonna have Comrade Roger come up and discuss recruitment. Uhuru, Comrade Roger.
Uhuru, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Uhuru, Comrade Roger.
All right, Roger, are you on mute?
Uhuru, is somebody else able to speak on this?
Yeah. All right, recruitment. The key word in 2021 will be to build throughout the region. We are now in 4 states as the party: Florida, Alabama, Texas, and Mississippi. The plan is calling for us to build our offices to capacity. Man, this is crazy. Oh, come on, Roger, you might have to mute.
Roger.
We are located again and capacity in the states. We are located and expand units and membership to a minimum of 4 additional states. This will have us in 8 of the 12 states by the end of 2021. Target states in 2021 is Georgia, Louisiana, Tennessee, and North Carolina, which will be going into Georgia on this upcoming weekend, February the 13th. And we have contacted organizers that we met through O'Malley Yesatella taught me over the last few weeks, that's going to be on the ground with us to sell spears. Next slide. I'm gonna rush through this because I know we got a minimum time. This is the steps to building units, identifying communities in the target states, going in, selling spears, getting contacts, transforming those contacts into membership. And that's in short. Next slide. The southern region consists of 12 states. There are Texas, Alabama, Florida, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma. And it's exciting to be able to organize this region because this region, next slide, has 20 million Africans. Upwards of 20 million Africans in the southern region, giving us the largest concentration of Africans in the southern region than any other region. We must take advantage of that. Next up is Comrade Timber around the spear and agitprop. Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right, in 2021, the Southern Region Department of Agitation and Propaganda will be doing everything by the book. This year, the Southern Regional Department of Agitation and Propaganda will build the army of propagandists that the National Agitprop is calling for from all the regions. Director Kile has provided us with a plan of action, which includes the roles and responsibility of the Agitprop regional committees. The primary focus is maintaining non-liberal adherence to the mandates, protocols, trainings, reports, and processes that the National Department of Agitation and Propaganda has established, which up to this point has not happened. Secondly, building the Southern Region Agitprop subcommittee with APSP and APSC forces within the region, establishing regular meetings. Third, increase the spear sales with over 20 million Africans in the Southern region. Spear sales potential is almost infinite. With the pandemic having correctly wavered on we had to correctly waver on the side of safety. So the conventional here go to spear right in your face approach has had to be revisited. Now we want to get not just the spear, but the party's literature into bookstores throughout the region. If Comrade Roger is available, he can speak.
Uhuru, time.
Uhuru. I can continue reading.
Uhuru, is that, you saying that's time?
It's time.
Uhuru, yes.
Is Roger there?
He's there, but it seemed like he's having a problem with his.
At one point. Did he resolve that?
It does not look like it. I don't see him anymore on the broadcast.
Well, say go ahead about that.
Yeah, he's still there.
How long is it going to take you to get through the bookstore thing? What is the distribution plan?
If we can get 7 more minutes, we can run through the whole presentation. We can just speed it up.
Go ahead and do it.
Uhuru. Go ahead and read that part, Timber. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Among the stores in the 12-state region that have expressed interest are 3 in Georgia, Nubian Bookstore, Monroe, Georgia, Madu Bookstore, Atlanta, and The Listening Tree in Decatur. In Florida, Bear Books in Longwood, Culture Books on 22nd Street South in St. Petersburg, and Paradigm Books in Boynton Beach. 2 in Oklahoma, Mocha Bookstore and Fulton Street Books, both in Tulsa, and 1 each in South Carolina, Turning Page Bookshop in Goose Creek, and Tennessee, Abulan Image Bookstore in Nashville. Now back to our Southern Regional Rep, Kobina Bantashengo.
Uhuru, I'm gonna run through these real quick, but I just wanted to say the political and economic are one, and this is the Freedom Line tees that we will be that we launched, and these are the 2 shirts that we're selling, and you'll see all the comrades that's in the Southern region presented today have on the People's War t-shirt that was designed by Agitprop of the party. We got permission to use this shirt as a t-shirt, and it's been selling well. And this is what one of the first 2 shirts, the Freedom Line tees, is going to be, in one of the primary ways that it helped for us to produce and meet our requirements for Wabiki Bank. Next slide. These are some other t-shirts that we're going to be doing. We're going to be launching our online store March 1st, and I was glad to be a part of Akile's workshop. So, because we're going to be submitting, the plan and the page to make sure that we get approval for Freedom Line Tees to have its online workshop. While right now we selling the shirts on the street and throughout. Next slide. Throughout the street, and also in Zenzele, where we get a monthly payout from Zenzele because the shirts are selling, and you can go to Zenzele now and get one of those 2 shirts. If you see any other shirt that you're interested in, let us know. Next slide. And like I say, March, we're going to be launching our online store because I know we're going to generate resources through Zenzele through the shirts, but we also have to have our own apparatus to be able to do that as well. And next slide. And so this is some of the new design, the other designs that we're going to be coming out with. The main focus is to put African internationalism out in the world through the t-shirts and to be represented. And I'm gonna bring Chiwo up to talk about the Juneteenth, and we'll be moving towards closing right after that. Who will come at?
Next slide. Uhuru. The Juneteenth Not Yet Uhuru Freedom of Music Festival is an annual event that has been held in Houston Garden, now known as the APDEP Gwen Archie Fifth Ward Community Garden, for the past 9 years. Named Not Yet Uhuru because in 2021, we understand that African people are still not free. Next slide. APDEP Houston has held Juneteenth as an act of self-determination for the African community, hosting countless vendors, singers, dancers, and other performers. And here in this picture, you can see one of our most beloved performers from Archie Bell and the Drells performing Tighten Up at our 5th annual Juneteenth. And we've also hosted groups like the amazing reggae group Indigenous, as well as many other local talents in the Houston area. Next slide. And Juneteenth has been more than a music festival. It has been a mobilizing event that has deepened the relationship of APDEP with the local community, as well as a fundraiser for APDEP to continue its work and an opportunity for members of the community to develop relationships with and to do business with one another. Juneteenth has been a political powerhouse in Houston, bringing in Chairman Omali Yeshitela as its keynote speaker, along with Aisha Fields, International Director of APDEP, and Columbai Andanette, President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Next slide. Juneteenth has long been an event that was spearheaded by veteran comrade and giant of the revolution, Comrade Omowale Kafing. Comrade Kafing has always been the organizing force behind Juneteenth, making sure that no stone is unturned and that we put on the best organizing event possible. Due largely to those efforts, Juneteenth has been a staple in the Fifth Ward, and has drawn in large crowds of participants and vendors alike. And we can't talk about Juneteenth without honoring Comrade Omowale Kafing and his tireless commitment to freedom and revolutionary struggle. We deeply miss Kafing and his efforts, and we want to make every Juneteenth in honor of Kafing and a testament to his lifelong work and commitment as a freedom fighter, his unwavering cadre stance, and the sharp political commentary that we miss so much. Long live Comrade Omowale Kafing. Next slide. To wrap it all up, this year's Juneteenth will be held as a virtual event, but we are still planning to have a dynamic program, including live online performances, online vending, and more. We have openings for our promotions team, AV and outreach teams, as well as roles for vendor and culture coordinators. If you're interested in joining one of our committees to help build Juneteenth or attending Juneteenth as a vendor or performer, you can email us at info@developmentforafrica.org. And next up is going to be Comrade Kobina to close us out.
Uhuru. I just want to say a couple of the events that we're going to be doing this year. We had the Black Power Summit, which we talked briefly about, and I hate that we didn't get everything in that we wanted to discuss, but the Tyron Lewis event, Bloody Sunday, which is the first Sunday of March. So we did it last year, but I don't think they're going to have it this year. And we normally have a united outreach at that time where we'll go in and sell hundreds of spears. And there's been times where we organized throughout the region to participate in that. Tyron Lewis anniversary, October 24th. The anniversary of the mural being torn down, December 26th. Mufwindi Lake Day, which is March 1st, which we had deemed Mufwindi Lake's birthday, which is March 1st, as Mufwindi Lake Day. So we'll be doing a virtual event March 1st to uphold Comrade Mufwindi Lake. We'll be in a call later this evening with his wife, Carolyn Lake. Birthdays of Chairman and DC owner. MLK Day, which happened this past month, which we participated in the outreach, which was successful in Huntsville, and the Black Power Summit that happened. And we will be doing another conference in August, during Black August. And if you, so next slide. And anytime you want to donate to the Southern Regional Work, you can. Next slide. So I'm just going to sum up. We must build the region, and the thing that has been sticking out of my mind since I heard the chairman really, and he says it all the time, but for some reason in the last, I guess, maybe 3 or 4 months, it really stuck with me, is ownership of the party, ownership of this revolution, ownership of the fact that we plan to govern and really making this work happen. So no matter what the contradictions are, understand that we have not only the capacity, but we must do the impossible to make sure that we're going to forward this revolution. And so next slide. And I'm just going to leave with part of the phrase that he said in his statement, comrades, we can do this. And so he done laid out the step-by-step plan for us to make this happen. And I appreciate the chairman's leadership, and let's build this Southern region. If you don't hear from the Southern region and you're not a part of the African People's Socialist Party, join the APSP today. Go to apspwho.org, put in the comments that you want to join, that you want to be a part of this revolution. We need you in this fight to overturn this system and forge a future for our people. Uhuru.
We just want to appreciate that report, comrades. And I just want to say, real quick, just remind everybody, we will be having a Q&A portion at the end of the APSP and APSC regional reports for the U.S. So for any questions, any burning questions you have, anything you want to know, anything you need to know, anything you want to get involved with, just write it in the Zoom comment section, Facebook comment section, YouTube comment section, and they'll be addressed later on. So moving on, we're now going to be hearing about the Southern region of the APSC being given by Comrade Ali Yellow. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru. Thank you, Dexter. And I just want to bring up the rest of my regional committee to join me in this presentation. Uhuru, as Dexter said, my name is Ali Ayello, and I have the honor of working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party as the African People's Solidarity Committee Southern Regional Representative over the last year. Next slide. And I want to start off this presentation by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the incredible leader of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution. This has just been an extraordinary plenary, and I feel so humbled and honored to be able to be a part of this. And I really appreciate and salute the chairman's leadership that he has given for over 50 years. And I also want to salute Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Yeshitela, leading over 50 economic institutions that's laying the foundation for the independent anti-colonial African economy. And we saw it so clearly in the workshop that was given yesterday. And I also want to salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party next slide. I also want to salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party Southern Regional Representative, Kobina Bantushengo, and that incredible report that was given by him and the entire Southern Regional Committee. And next slide. As the African People's Solidarity Committee, we were created by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party in 1976 as the strategic front to go behind enemy lines into the colonizer nation and organize in the white community for reparations. I really appreciate the chairman for creating this place for us as white people to take a principled stand in solidarity with the African Revolution. And I want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess, my direct leadership in the African People's Solidarity Committee. And under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairwoman Penny Hess has led APSC for over 40 years to win white people to the stance of reparations. Next slide. So the Southern Region is also home to the national office of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which is the front in which we carry out most of the campaigns to win the masses of white people to the stance of reparations to African people. And I want to salute the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Neville, who's joined with us today, as well as the vice chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Amanda Carlozzi. And now, next slide. Now I want to introduce you to the African People's Solidarity Committee St. Pete, Florida unit, which I feel so honored to have the chance to work with. And this includes myself, Janice Kant as the incredible political leadership, as well as Jesse Neville. As political leadership, we have Amanda as the secretary, Kyle, who is the agitprop, and Jamie, who is the outreach coordinator. And I really want to give a special salute to Comrade Amanda Carlozzi, who's going to be taking over leading this APSC St. Pete unit, as I'm actually currently in Oakland giving this report. And we do not currently have a APSC Southern Regional Committee, but that's something that we are working on building in 2021. Next slide. We have our APSC sponsorship program. So the Office of Recruitment and Membership is being carried out through the regional strategy. And I want to salute Comrade Jamie Simpson, who is currently in the sponsorship process, longtime member of the Solidarity Movement, and who is taking the step to join APSC. Next slide. And we have recently consolidated the Uhuru Solidarity Movement Southern Regional Committee, which also has on it Johan as the secretary, Pam as the membership coordinator, Diane as the info ed coordinator, Carrie as the Huntsville lead, Philip as the San Marcos lead or Texas State University lead, and Jackson and Danielle, who are on the outreach team. Next slide. And we have our Uhuru Solidarity Movement St. Pete branch, which you see some similar faces, which has, consisted of myself, Johan as the secretary, Pam in membership, Jamie as the outreach coordinator, Jackson, Santosh, and Danielle, as well as key members on that committee. And I want to salute Comrade Jamie Simpson, who in this upcoming year will be taking on the role as the St. Pete branch chair. So Uhuru. Next slide. Yep.
Uhuru, I want to thank you, Ali, and just really appreciate your leadership of the Southern region and let you know how much we're going to miss you. But we know that you're going to be a tremendous leader strengthening the APSC on the West region. So, Uhuru. This is building dual and contending power in the Southern region. For the last 50 years, the party's been building dual and contending power in the Southern region. Next slide. As the Southern Region Party leader Kobina showed, the Southern region is home to the birthplace of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And decades before tearing down symbols of statues and white national and colonialism had become a widespread form of resistance, the chairman marched into the St. Petersburg City Hall in 1966 and ripped down that horrific racist mural. The wall is still blank today, with the city in colonial crisis and in contention with the chairman and the African community to control the narrative. Next slide. The APSC was formed in 1976, actually in St. Petersburg. The chairman led hours of political education to win white people to our historic role organizing other white people to solidarity and reparations. Next slide. In 1985, the party called on APSC to come to St. Petersburg to build the city council campaign for Alvalita Donaldson. We took the campaign into the white community and won support and resources for the Uhuru movement and the agenda of the African working class. Next slide. In the 1980s and 90s, APSC organized white community support for the political campaigns of the Uhuru movement, including against the counterinsurgency, for Black community-controlled police. We held events, study groups, food concession fundraisers, including an ice cream truck. We worked in Spear Graphics at the Uhuru House. We hosted an international work camp. We won donations of supplies and volunteers to renovate the Uhuru House that was on 16th Street and also the current Uhuru House today. Next slide. As the Southern Region report also showed, in 1996, the African community rose up in the courageous and victorious resistance against the St. Petersburg Police Department after the murder of 18-year-old Tyrone Lewis. The party led politically to stop the criminalization of the African community and win support for the demand economic development, not police containment. This forced the city to appoint a Black police chief who declared hands off the Uhuru House embassy and pushed reforms so that not one more African was murdered by the police in the city of St. Pete for the next 8 years. Next slide, please. St. Pete is home to the self-determination institutions of Black Power 96 radio station, the Uhuru House, Aquaba Hall, Uhuru Chico Community Commercial Kitchen, Uhuru Foods and Pies, and Burning Spear Newspaper and Media. Next. In 2017 and 2019, the St. Pete elections defined the political landscape locally as well as nationally, with the party running the first reparations candidates. APSP Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anai, ran for city council both those years with the campaign slogans, Radical Times, Radical Solutions, and the anti-gentrification, Make the South Side Black Again. Her platform was the basis for the national Black political agenda developed by the Black is Back Coalition. Alongside Director Akile, Chair of USM Jesse Neville ran for mayor in 2017, and USM member Ann Hirsch ran for city council in 2019 on a platform of unity through reparations. Next slide. And Huntsville, Alabama is an important economic hub in the Southern region. As they showed, it is home to the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project led by Dr. Aisha Fields and its self-reliance institution Zenzele Consignment. APDEP led the way during this pandemic, providing health resources to the people and creating community gardens, bringing fresh food to the African community. Next slide.
And these are the campaigns we carried out in 2020. Next slide. We started off 2020 in a powerful way with the COVID-19 outreach that was led by the People's War Commission and the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, providing critical facts and resources for the people, such as best standards and practices during the pandemic. We also organized in the white community, handing out flyers, calling on people to defend the African workers' economy against COVID-19, putting this on people's doorsteps and putting up posters throughout the community. Next slide. After the murder of George Floyd and the courageous uprisings and resistance in Minneapolis, we mobilized in St. Petersburg, Florida, and Huntsville, Alabama, and in other areas of the southern region, building for the African People's Socialist Party-led demonstrations, as well as organizing within other white communities. And here are some photos of us out at these demonstrations and marches. Next slide. Another significant campaign that we carried out was one of the mandates of the 2020 plenary of the African People's Socialist Party, which was to go to the moneyed sector with the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign that was a significant part of carrying out this mandate. We held a press conference in St. Petersburg, which the chairman participated in, and it made local news and national news. Following that press conference, we continued to hold local demonstrations calling on Wall Street and more specifically Bank of America to pay reparations to the African community through the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. We held community teach-ins bringing the history of African resistance and also the genocidal nature of gentrification to the white community. We put a spotlight on the destruction of an historic African neighborhood known as the gas plant in the city of St. Petersburg. We held a teach-in called the Tomb Community Teach-in, in which educated people about how the building of the Tropicana Field Stadium had destroyed a Black community. We used this history to rally white people to get organized under the leadership of the Black working class. If we really want to take a stand and right these historic wrongs, we need to join the Uhuru Solidarity movement and participate in building for our March for Reparations. So we had Director Akile and National Director of Organization Chimurenga speak at this event, as well as Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity movement, Jesse Neville. Next slide. We held a rally against white nationalism. This was a 2-day event. We held a press conference on Friday morning, as well as a rally on Saturday, which gained media coverage and really put out the line that white nationalism is more than just the Trump MAGA hat wearing reactionaries. White nationalism comes from the system of colonialism, which looks like the St. Pete city government. It looks like Mayor Rick Kreisman. It looks like ordinary white people gentrifying the city of St. Petersburg and displacing the African community. Next slide. All of this led up to our March for Reparations in the past year. With the pandemic, we couldn't do our national speaking tour, which we usually hold annually, called the Day of Reparations to African People. So instead, we organized the March for Reparations in 6 cities throughout the country, including St. Petersburg. This was part of a strategy to raise over $20,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. Here are some photos of our March for Reparations in St. Petersburg, where we had the honor of having Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak at our rally. Director Akile, Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair Jesse Neville, and other guest speakers and local community activists in St. Petersburg gave powerful presentations to those who attended. It was extremely powerful to see white people marching through downtown St. Petersburg under the African working class revolutionary leadership calling for reparation.
In building for these marches and events, we used the NTU Volunteer Brigade that came out of the Office of Deputy Chair. We held a banner painting day and recruited 6 new volunteers, one of which coordinated endorsements, did graphic design, made posters and banners, and put up posters around the city, as well as helped with Day of Roles. To recruit these volunteers, we put up volunteer posters around the city, as well as Facebook posts and job posts on LinkedIn. Next slide. We had a St. Pete contingent for the Black is Back Coalition's annual Black People's March on the White House that was held this past November. We had people drive up and fly up from St. Petersburg, Florida, to be a part of that march under the leadership of the party. Next slide.
5 minutes.
Thank you. We held an event to honor Greg Wood, an amazing comrade who passed away. He was a member of USM St. Pete and attended the Black is Back March with us. We had a memorial to recognize Greg, and we brought out his family and members of the community to recognize our March Reparations Outreach Coordinator, Greg Wood. Next slide. We participated in the St. Pete Uhuru Pie campaign. Salute Janice, who does a magnificent job leading this campaign in St. Pete under the Office of Deputy Chair. This was a really exciting mobilization to bake and sell pies during the holiday season, and USM participated in making this campaign successful. Next slide. Throughout the year, we had different people participating in reparations challenges all throughout the Southern region, from art classes by Santosh, art auctions by Nikki and Addison, who are located in Atlanta. We had book and movie reviews by Jackson and Susanna, who's actually located in California. We had a book club that was put together by Jenna, Yoga for Reparations, which has been a longtime fundraiser by Comrade Carey, located in Huntsville, Alabama, and childcare that was done by Bridget in Sarasota, Florida. Next slide. In the Southern region, we are located in 10 states and 37 cities. The yellow star highlights where our branch is. We only have one branch, which is in St. Pete. And in seeing these members located around the region, our goal is to collectivize this and organize those members in building the movement for reparations to African people in 2021 and use the Uhuru Solidarity movements to build the African People Solidarity Committee. Next slide.
Uhuru. Unfortunately, Kyle Weiss is not able to be with us, who's an important member of this unit, so I'm going to give his part of the presentation. So now we're going to talk about how we plan to build in 2021. Next slide. We started off with an organizing conference on January 1st, where we had the honor of having Chairman Omali Shatella, Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, and Party Regional Representative Kobina Bantushengo, and Chairwoman Penny Hess. Our goal was to consolidate the regional committee, and we did just that, winning 5 new comrades to take on official roles, and you saw their names earlier in the slideshow. Next slide. In the upcoming months, we want to hold live, in-person, as well as virtual tour events, going to the different cities and really trying to win new members, as well as consolidate those who are already there as lead organizers and as branches to really facilitate that process. Our target locations are St. Pete, Gainesville, Huntsville, Texas State University, Asheville, and Atlanta. Next slide.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
We will be building for a regional conference in March of 2021 to continue to recruit into the region. Next slide. And raising resources for the African People Solidarity Committee. This will be an important piece to helping facilitate our work in the region and helping us to build, next slide, helping us to build to open a Solidarity Center, which is our ultimate goal, to open one in St. Pete. Uhuru.
Uhuru, next slide. Salute to Ali, salute to Kobina, the chairman, deputy chair. It's an honor to be part of the Southern region. So just to wrap this up, we're going to be building the NTU Volunteer Brigade to new heights, orientations, trainings, really institutionalizing this throughout the region. Next slide. We're going to the moneyed sector. We know they're here in the Southern region, and we are going to find them and win them and challenge them to pay reparations through our Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign and through our Reparations Legacy Project. So this campaign is coming down to the Southern region in a serious way this year. Next slide. We are going to sell the burning spear. This has been a major weakness in our work in the Southern region, and we plan to overturn this with a vengeance. We're going to be out there in a huge way, selling the burning spear at outreach tables, coworkers, friends, neighbors, and getting the various publications put in bookstores around St. Pete and other cities throughout the region. Next slide. Every major campaign that we will be building from the national level of USM will be brought down to the regional work of the USM Southern region, whether it's building for our convention, building our Days of Reparations, our Giving Tuesday telethon, the Reparations Challenge campaign, the birthday fundraisers. All of that will be expressed in practical form on the regional level here in the South. And above and beyond all, next slide and final slide, we will build APSC. As the crisis of imperialism continues to deepen in 2021, we will continue to fracture the unity of the white colonial population with our own white ruling class. We will build principled unity with African liberation through reparations. We will build the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, unity through reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. I really want to salute that report from the Southern region. And from here, we're going to be moving on to the Midwest and hear from the Midwest of the African People's Socialist Party being delivered by Comrade Malika. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. Uhuru, APSC 2021 Plenary. Uhuru to the African People's Socialist Party. And this has been a great meeting, and just so glad to be a part. Next slide. This is the APSC Midwest Region Report, and we are glad to be given this report. Next slide. First of all, we want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who leads this movement, who has done it so long, for so many years. And I just want to say here, that leadership that comes from, those that are around you, you'll be surprised at what you can do and different things like that. And then next slide, DC Onazane Yeshitela. I want to salute her as well. I remember walking into a room and not having any idea of what was going on or anything. But when I laid eyes on her, then I knew that it was something about this movement and something about what was going on. But next slide. The overview. We've heard that everybody is talking about the regional strategy, and what it is the region is supposed to do, that we are called upon to build our regions wherever we are and to do whatever we are to do to implement and put our programs forward. You have heard in all kinds of reports about all of the different things that have been going on in the Midwest, and it have been as a result of the organizations and institutions that operate here. But then I began to ask the question, what this regional strategy, where has the region showed up in all of this? And the answer that we came up with, that is the theme for our part of the presentation, is everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And so therefore that means that the leadership, and I think that listening to the chairman, the word that he used is ownership. Being able to own the work that has to go on within the region, being able not just like last year, as we gave our report last year, we were able to show all of the great things that, have gone on, because the Black Power Blueprint is here in St. Louis. Also, the Africa One Nation Marketplace is here. We know the campaigns are going on here, and all that. All of these are institutions of the party and organizations that operate within the party. But then you ask the question, the leadership from the region, everything rises and falls on leadership. And so, next slide, please. Chairman told us, we are influences, accomplices of history, and our goal is to capture and will dominate, govern, manage successfully economic and political power. And I looked up that word accomplice, and it, when you think about it, it's usually talking about somebody that, is accomplice to a crime. But I read this, that it said that it's somebody who voluntarily participates with another in a crime, but it says also that you can be an accomplice by failing to prevent a crime when you've been called upon to do it. And so that's where we came up with everything rises and falls on leadership. We were given mandates last year of things that we were supposed to do. And so that's where I'm starting my report, with the mandates that we were given from 2020 and how well we met those mandates. And then I'll have some other members of the regional committee come in and join me and talk about the contradictions we had and how we're going to move forward. Next slide. First of all, these are members of our regional committee. That's myself. I'm Malika Bukechi Ngweji. And then Kabula Matambo is the regional director of agitation and propaganda. And then Kumba Chania is the regional director of membership and recruitment. And he is also the leader of our local unit in St. Louis. Next slide. And this is pictures of just some of our members, and you can see where all we're located. We're in Moorhead, Minnesota, Chicago, Columbia, Missouri, Wichita, Kansas, and of course, we're all over St. Louis. Next slide. 2020, victories for 2020. Next slide. We were mandated to open our offices at the Hoover House. We opened our office here in St. Louis on February the 2nd, 2020 at the Hoover House. We were only in there for about a month before the pandemic hit, but we are back in there now. And so, next slide. COVID-19 hit and we experienced a profound shift, but we knew that we couldn't abandon our mission, even though we had to change our methods. Next slide. We were first on the ground with outreach, and we'd taken out the COVID-19 protocol and the flyers and leaflets and posters that were given to us to take out. We sent them to Chicago. We put them out here in St. Louis and any other Midwest city that we could get to in between to put them out. Next slide. The George Floyd murder happened right here in the Midwest. And of course, you know, there was a immediate resistance that came up right after that. And so next slide. The chairman first responded with an address to the African nation. And in that he was, you know, he spoke to those brave African men and women who stood in protest of what happened to George Floyd. And then he came to the party. Next slide. And he gave the order that we were to put boots on the ground globally, immediately. And I distinctly remember him saying, I don't want any excuses. Next slide. So this is the action that we had in St. Louis on the day that it was ordered, and it was happening all around the globe, all on the same day that we were standing in solidarity to protest this act of violence that we know goes on in our community all the time. But as an answer to the call that was given to us by our leader to put our boots on the ground and to stand in protest of this action. And we went on with this a couple of days later. We were at another location downtown. So next slide. Host events featuring Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We had our first regional webinar in which we said revolution is the only solution. And the chairman was on this event with us, and we were, I think we received 3 new members from that webinar, and we did meet our financial goals for that webinar. And next slide. Revolution is the only solution. This is the next month. We were able to broadcast simultaneously from Chicago and East St. Louis at the same time. Some of our forces were in St. Louis, and then our forces and some of our impeding forces were out in the streets up in Chicago, and we were able to broadcast that at the same time and be able to see and be able to hear from the streets in both locations. Next slide. We hosted Sunday rallies on the block. Sunday rallies are mandated, so this is our effort that we joined with Impedum. Sunday rallies on the block. The first one was held on College, and it was a very exciting event. Both Columbi and Tacharo spoke at that event, and the people in the community came by and were just very excited to have. We practice social distancing, and just to have the people just come out in their yards and listen and look, and then take our propaganda to find out about how they could get involved with us. Next slide. And then we did it again right here on the 44 Blood. And this again was another situation where we had people coming out in their yards. We had some people that came through from East St. Louis and were down on the street to watch and to sign up and find out how we could be able to make this happen in their area and different things like that. Next slide. During this event, we also made the call to lay down the tribal flags because, all of our locations have the red, black, and green. And so we began to put out that anytime that you see the red, black, and green, then you know that you've reached neutral territory and that the red, black, and green flag trumps them all. And so you can see even as we go up and down the block, and even as the announcements were made on the loudspeaker, we got out in front of the house and played Dead President's song Wolves, and just to see the kids coming out from the street and just to hear the music and just to cause that sense of consciousness was so exciting. And to be able to see that we still have that relationship going because we still have people coming by, even right now, that will throw up the fist or that will acknowledge the red, black, and green. Next slide. This flag of mine unites them all. And that's what we remind everybody. And when we see them, and I don't know how many flags that I don't have now because somebody always wants to get the red, black, and green. Next slide. Africans at the Boiling Point was, we were also mandated to do regional webinars. Not webinars, but monthly themed webinars too, because we were not able to have our regular meetings. So this is one of the ones that we did, Africans at the Boiling Point, and just recap all of the violence because a number of the situations that have happened have been in the Midwest. And so from the situation in Wisconsin to recapping again what happened with George Floyd, and then tying that in with things that are going on all over the world, then we were able to get some good discussion going around why Africans are at the boiling point and why people need to become part of the APSC Midwest. Next slide. The economic and political are one. We had economic mandates that came from the Office of the Deputy Chair. We also have, as we have mentioned before, that the Black Power Blueprint and PETM are here. And so with the help of these institutions, then we were able to meet some of those. One of the mandates that we were given, next slide, was to hold events and forums on Musa Bantu poetry nights, etc. at the Hoover House. And the Black Power Blueprint sponsored these for 3 or 4 months until the COVID-19 hit. And they were so successful, and people were so excited about being in the mix and being a part. And so we're looking forward to, being able to bring that back, being able to get outside this summer and be able to really do some things, and for the region to be able to even sponsor some speakeasy events or different things going forward. Next slide.
Uhuru, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Next slide. That's just a picture of the event. Oh, another mandate was to make Uhuru House a distribution system of during the holiday season. We came in at the end of 2019, so we were able to do a New Year's pie sale and to actually sell pies the beginning of 2020. And so that was a very successful venture that we were able to take on as a region. Next slide. Contradictions of 2020: to build the regional committee to capacity. We will overturn this by recruitment, NTU, building units and APOs, and mass organization. Next slide. And building our Black Power businesses, a contradiction. Uhuru Foods and Pies Midwest, we lost our baker in 2020. We did identify a new one, but we're not able to get her to Oakland in the prescribed time, but we have not abandoned the idea, and hopefully we will build the capacity and everything to help to see what we can do to make that happen in the future. Next slide. Kumba.
Okay, Uhuru, I want to appreciate the report thus far from our leadership in the Midwest. Build your regions wherever you are. And my name is Kumba Chinia, over recruitment and membership in the Midwest region. And we're going to go through some things that we have done and hope to do in the near future. Next slide. So you look at the regional breakdown, we're in 12 states in the Midwest. I won't go through all of them, but right now, just to point out, we have representation in Minnesota, most recently the newest recruit, Illinois rather, Kansas and Missouri. And it looks like we'll be growing to take over that whole map pretty soon. Uhuru, next slide.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
Okay, 2021 outreach recruitment. The goal for the month is to have 50 solid contacts put into our database. We want to bring some science to this. We need 12 contacts from each area, and you're looking at the breakdown of the areas. So Wichita, Columbia, St. Louis, Chicago, all are responsible for bringing at least 2 solid contacts so that we can develop at least a database, if not membership, so people that we can call on into the future. And we want to look at bringing in terms of recruitment, in terms of the party. We're trying to get 4 party members, 4 mass movement, 1 member per area for the party, and 1 member per area for mass organizational work. Next slide. Regional recruitment work to reach membership goal, weekly propaganda distribution. One of the things that we're working on now is the 14-point platform. Beginning the first week, we have a document that we've developed, and that will be going out in mass to the region. So we want to be able to distribute that. Regional agitprop development, regional distribution, COVID protocol. So we will be doing things with safety in mind. Spirit study, Black to the Future. We already have plans in the Midwest region for Spear studies coming up this month as we speak in terms of the different cities. Spear report from each city, the Spear report rather. So in each Spear report, we want to try to at least get 2 contacts. We want to get at least 8 contacts in total from each Spear city that has a Spear study. So we want to use this as a recruitment effort as well, and not just to be out there on the internet. So we're looking at some numbers, some goals to obtain and to work forward towards. Next slide. And so this is the recruitment continuing. And so some of the areas that we want to look at doing some things in terms of outreach is looking at some of the local universities and campuses inside of the area. Use database to solicit participation. We already have a database for Midwest Region organization that we developed from BIBC. So we want to use that, and also to use the interview process to help to recruit inside of our ranks and file, and develop and distribute bios from regional leaders so that we can use this in terms of putting it out to the colleges and campuses, so we can do some type of webinars and seminars possibly with some of these college students, and also use these bios to spread and push to some of the mass organizations that's within the Midwest region that we do have contacts with. Next slide.
Uhuru, time.
We need to win into you broadcast, Malika.
Uhuru. Okay. Uhuru, she said time.
But
Uhuru comrades, I just want to salute that report by the Midwest region of the APSP. And now we're going to move on to the Midwest regional report for the APSC, being given by Comrade Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru.
Uhuru. It's saying I'm unable to start the video. Okay, start the video. Uhuru. Uhuru. Just really want to, again, salute this plenary. This is, just want to make sure my, this is up. Okay, so let me go back to Uhuru. So I am going to give the African People's Solidarity Committee Midwest Regional Report. I am not the Midwest Regional organizer. We no longer have an APSC Midwest organizer, but I am going to give our report and give a plan, what are our plans for moving forward. But I want to, next slide, please. I want to begin with a salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, and to just say what their leadership has meant for the Midwest region, and how the St. Louis Midwest region is one of the most important regions of the party inside the borders of the United States, because the Black Power Blueprint is here, and because of these incredible elections that are going on right now by party members, President Kalambai and Chicharo Masimba. Next slide, please. I want to salute the APSP Midwestern Regional Representative, Malika Bukechi Ngweji, and really appreciate the report that came before. Next slide. And just to again say that we are building solidarity with the African Revolution, a strategic front beyond enemy lines. Next slide, please. And that, again, we salute the incredible work that under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela on this Black Power Blueprint, and how profound the Black Power Blueprint is in taking on this neo-colonial, vicious city, corrupt, disgusting, complicit leadership with white power on all levels of the government and the economic and political leadership of the city. and that how just the incredible impact that the Black Power Blueprint and the elections are having on pushing the colonial state back and building African workers' power. And there's so much to say about that. But next slide, please. And I want to salute the electoral campaigns going on here in St. Louis, again, with Herdosha Kalambai Bentham, President Kalambai, and Danette of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and Chicharwa Musimba. They are winning. Very, very exciting. It's going to be completely changing the terrain here in the Midwest. And next slide, please. So also, the St. Louis is the center of the national office of the African People's Solidarity Committee. So myself, I am here, and ORED, Office of Reparations and Economic Development Director Kitty Riley is here, who has the honor of working in the thick of the Black Power Blueprint projects directly under Deputy Chair, and with Chicharwa before he was involved in the campaigns, and with Abdullah, and just how dynamic, and I mean, that's seeing history being made every day. So it's an incredible honor to be here and to see the impact of the leadership of the organized African working class. And we are going to be building this national office in this coming year and ongoing. So next slide, please. So the party is building dual and contending power in the Midwest region, in particular in St. Louis. Next slide, please. And as we know, and as has been said, this is the region where the resistance was sparked in Minneapolis this summer after the police murder of George Floyd. But this is also St. Louis / Ferguson, where in 2014, incredible African resistance jumped off, and the uprising came about in the resistance of after the police murder of Michael Brown. And after that is when the African People's Socialist Party came here and built here, and President Kalambai was recruited, and Chicharwa, and the rest is history, because this is so powerful, an incredible region to be in, where African workers are just resisting so powerfully, and there's so much support for the Black Power Blueprint. So next slide, please. And we salute the Office of Deputy Chair, Onizine Shatella, here in St. Louis, and just all of the tremendous work of the Black Power Blueprint. It's legendary now how Deputy Chair came here for a few days to get a center, to get an Uhuru House for the party, and ended up being here and building literally dual and contending power that is just kicking the ass of the ruling class right now. Very powerful. So salute the Office of the Deputy Chair, Onizine Shatella. And of course, that includes Chicharwa, Abdullah, and Zayi, and many other people, Mr. Gary Brooks, and just an incredible community, Helen Hunt, and so many people who are part of that office. So next slide, please. And again, we salute the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement here, because this is the international headquarters of NPDM. So just this center, St. Louis, is so, so important. And next slide, please. So right now, our APSC Midwest comrades, besides myself, are Comrade Lisa from Agitprop, who works under the leadership of Director Akile Anai, but also in APSC. And she is based in Minneapolis. Comrade Kitty, who's here in St. Louis, as we know, and Comrade Raya, who is now in Chicago, another place we're going to be going and building this incredible region. And again, as we said, currently APSC has no Midwest regional leader. The former leader of APSC in the Midwest is no longer here. So we recognize this as a very, very serious contradiction that must be taken on. Next slide. We have some incredible active members in the region. This is some of the people: St. Louis, Minneapolis. Next slide, please. On slide 15, Minneapolis, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, St. Paul, Appleton, Wisconsin. We have and there's many more people than this. We have just a really wonderful, powerful region that we are so excited about building into the regional structure. And then of course, there's so many white people who have come to work at the Black Power Blueprint led work days in the garden and so many other places. Really, really powerful, just a tremendous amount of support. And when we do tabling at Tower Grove Park or Soulard Market, we just, every time we do that, we meet so many other white people who just have tremendous support for this. Are really, really excited to see political and economic power in the hands of the African community. And I've never known how they could support it, and rectify their relationship to the African community. And they give reparations to the Black Power Blueprint. We have many, many, many people here in St. Louis and around Missouri. Next slide, please. Some of the things in 2020 were the Martin Luther King Volunteer Day last January at the Uhuru House, called by APEDF, which was really, really dynamic and fantastic. Next slide, please. The comrades did some of the COVID-19 outreach under the leadership of the party's People's War campaign and Dr. Aisha Fields and APDEP, and carried out and did some of the postering with the party members and also in the white community. And we had, from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, mobilizations. The mobilization of justice for George Floyd also went to other mobilizations and met North Americans and signed them up as well. Next slide. Slide 20, another mobilization in support of justice for George Floyd. And we had a day of reparations in, I believe it was in May or June. It was called a day of, I think, an International Day of Reparations to African People. We had a great turnout at Tower Grove Park. People just didn't want to leave, and it was really powerful and winning. Next slide. We have been taking on the Make Wall Street Pay reparations, doing demonstrations at Bank of America and other places and sites around the city of St. Louis. Next slide. We had a powerful community teach-in at Tower Grove Park. We had T'Charawa there, and President Kalambaye T'Charawa. It was really exciting. We had a great response to that, and really intend to do more teach-ins out in the park as the weather gets a little bit above 12 degrees. And that we had Peace Through Revolution, which is a fundraiser that KC carried out. That had different bands and different music people, and that was a fundraiser towards the reparations work of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for the Black Power Blueprint, and that was very successful in September. In October, we held our March for Reparations. We started out on Grand Avenue and marched down Arsenal, and then we went into the park and marched up through Tower Grove Park and back to Grand Avenue. It was so great. It was such a powerful, powerful march to see. So many white people were standing at attention, saluting us with their fist up. Cars were honking to see white people carrying a banner that says white reparations to African people. It was very, very exciting. Next slide. And also Minneapolis had a March for Reparations, and comrades in Minneapolis, really, really salute them. Very, very powerful. That was in October. Next slide. And we have been using the NTU Volunteer Brigade to build the March for Reparations, and some volunteers came out, and also in our work in building the Black Power Blueprint Reparations campaign, the social media campaign, really have some just fantastic, powerful solidarity comrades that we have met through the NTU process and who have come through the orientations and are part of that. Next slide, please. So right now we have APSC located in 7 states and 14 cities in the Midwest, and we intend to really bring them into organization, not just membership of USM. And on January 1st, we just had a great Midwest, well, it was one big solidarity organizing conference, and then we broke down into the Midwest region, and it was fantastic. We had a really excellent time on January 1st, and we do intend to build regional tours. Really want to get out there. I mean, you know, just really tired of the virtual tours, really ready to go on the road. And our target locations are St. Louis, of course, Kansas City, Minneapolis, Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee, and probably Ohio as well. So next slide. We'll be raising resources for the APSC region, especially in developing a franchise of the Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel and the Buy Black Power campaign. Our goal is to get a Solidarity Center. This is a pretty fancy building here. It would be really great to get that building, but I don't know if it'll be there, but our goal is to open a Solidarity Center in St. Louis. And so we are going to be building, we do use the NTU Volunteer Brigade. It is really fantastic. We want to use it more on a local level and intend to do that this year as part of the overall strategy of the APSC to fully implement the NTU on every level. Next slide. We are going to the moneyed sector and building the Reparations Legacy Project. You know, the Midwest was part of the conference on January 23rd. That was very successful, and many members of USM in the Midwest are part of the Reparations Legacy Project Steering Committee. So we salute the Uhuru Solidarity.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Okay, and then we want to keep the spear burning. And in terms of our goals, I would just say that, first of all, APSC will be meeting next week, a whole day of a special session of our National Central Committee to begin to implement the POAs that we have to do to, you know, to go deeper, to build these regions and to solve these problems. But on the, and we're also meeting, Kitty and I are meeting this Friday with T'Charwa about developing the plan for bringing local and regional people into both the campaigns and the Black Power Blueprint. And what we intend to do is to begin by building the USM region and using that to build APSC. And we do have a regional committee as USM, and Comrade Leah is part of it, and Lisa. And so we're going to be rebooting that very soon, within the next week or so, having a meeting. And what we want to do to begin with is to really put out the call throughout the entire region for people to come here. This campaign has to be won. T'Charwa and President Kalambai are on the brink of winning, and we have to make that happen. We need people coming in to St. Louis to do the drops and get the word out. And if people can't come, then we want to mobilize this region to make calls, raise money, get phone bankers, do whatever is necessary to, you know, to make sure that these campaigns win, and that the party is able to
to exercise this power of the African working class. So we are determined to rebuild USM, rebuild and reformulate our USM region as a way of opening up the region towards building APSC and to win these elections and to build massive support for the Reparations Legacy Project and, of course, for the Black Power Blueprint Project. So that is our strategy for moving forward. I'm really excited. We're going to do this. And Midwest is going to be one of the most, if not the most, dynamic solidarity region very soon. I really want to salute Comrade Jesse Neville also for all the tremendous work in the Midwest region as the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Uhuru and unity through reparations.
Uhuru, I want to thank you for that report, Comrade Chairwoman Penny Hess. I see that Comrade Malika wanted to have more time. I know she indicated at the end of the presentation from the Midwest region that that there was more to do. I don't understand this agenda because it seems to me that we are way behind. Am I reading this right?
Yes, we are over. We were supposed to have started the Western Regional Reports at 5:20. So we are currently, what is that? Is that 19 minutes over?
Yes. I want to give Comrade Malika some more time, and it has to be expeditious because it's not right, you know, like for other comrades who have reports, and it's going to be late enough as it is. But I want to go ahead and give Comrade Malika a bit more time before going into the report from the Western region. So are you there?
Yes, I can't undo my camera. There you go. Oh, yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you. So, Kabula, if you want to come up and go on into your report. Thank you so much, Chairman, for allowing this time. Uhuru.
I am Kabula Mutombo, Agitation and Propaganda for Midwest Region. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. We took it from the political report, the mandates for Agriprop and to reproduce those in regional structures. Agriprop has the primary responsibility for initiating the process through which the political report to the first 7 Congress Plenary will be disseminated and studied throughout the movement. And we held studies by the unit in regional meetings and drove attendance to the Mali Taught Me Sunday study. We'll go next slide. Also recently started is the Midwest at Midday Political PowerPoint series. Right now we're on a 14-point platform. Next slide. Going forward, making much greater use of the NTU process to fill positions in the Agriprop regional structure for the Midwest. Next slide. Providing quality recruits who will be selling the spear. We track everybody's selling of the spear on a monthly basis.
and, urge people to get out more and more. Next slide. We are to ensure that individual party members, party units, and local party organizations disperse into African internationalist ideas, making sure we sell the spear and rifle the spear and have political development. Again, we ensure everybody attends O'Malley Taught Me in the Wednesday studies also. And also getting the Burn the Spear newspaper and party book and pamphlets into bookstores, libraries, and schools. Next slide. St. Louis did purchase a book kit, and we hold online spear studies. We have 2 scheduled for later this month in February. Next slide. Also, to conscientiously utilize manuals regarding every agitprop institution. Work with the agitprop office for the latest manuals, protocols, and training materials on spear writing, holding press conferences, social media, etc. Develop trainings and adhere to operational protocols in social media, spear writing, etc. And developing the ability to approve and copy edit propaganda produced by the Midwest. We also oversee the political education process, which includes the APSC organizing manual, the Chairman's Weekly Address, Vanguard, studying the APSP organizing manual during unit meetings and regional meetings, study combat liberalism, democratic centralism, security outreach, among other topics. This is an addition to our Midwest at Midday daily political education videos, and creation and oversight of propaganda produced in the region, and also involvement in what's called Discover, Develop, and Deploy Revolutionary Intellectuals with our new member sponsorship process. Next slide. The struggle continues. And I'll turn it back over to Malika.
Right, quickly, the struggle continues as we're moving forward with the work we have. We've mentioned that we have the 2 campaigns that are going on here, and we have a meeting coming up this Saturday where we're mobilizing to try to see how to push for these last 30 days to help to bring that home. Next slide. And our regional conference, which we had, I don't know, the mandates are still relevant in 2021. Next slide. One of the things Chairman told us was that our history will propel us. So the things that we've done in the past, we just did the regional webinar and, not webinar, but regional conference. So the Midwest region is planning another one in May of 2021, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it better. And we're entitling it again, Black to the Future. Thank you for your time. Uhuru. This ends our presentation.
Thank you, Comrade. So we're a little late, but Comrade Dexter, are you still chairing?
Who chairman? Right here.
So yes, why don't we go ahead and move up to I think we're at the Western.
Yes, Western region. Okay, just want to appreciate that report from the Midwest region, and now we're on to the Western region of the party. We're going to hear from the regional coordinator, Regional Coordinator Bakri Olatunji. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, comrade, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. It's an honor to be the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party. The Western Region USA is the extension of the African Socialist International, which is one worldwide revolutionary organization. And this is toward building for an incipient government. Slide, please. The Western region salutes the African People's Socialist Party leadership. We want to salute the chairman for his tireless, uncompromising, unsurrendering stance for 50 years of building the revolutionary project out of the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s. We want to salute Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshatela, who leads 50 institutions of the economic work of the African People's Socialist Party. We want to recognize Secretary General Louise Kinshasa, who leads the ASI work. And we want to recognize the other regional leaders and members of the National Central Committee. Next slide. We know what we will do based on what we have done. We move forward with confidence based in a history of over 50 years of African People's Socialist Party work seen in concrete accomplishments in the Western region. Next slide. We're on slide number 4. Building the long regional strategy. Our 2020 mandates were study and constant use of the party's organizational manual and its protocol, to build our regional committee to capacity, to open and staff and operate our regional hub, to name other locations in the region where offices can be opened, to sponsor an annual event featuring the chairman at minimum, to develop our Buy Black Power businesses as fundraisers within our regional work, and to build functional local party organizations and local party units within the region. Our accomplishments. 1, we got our Uhuru Wabinki contribution in. We opened up an NPDOM office in San Diego. We've upgraded the Uhuru House in Oakland with a new roof and drainage system, which will allow us to resume rentals and to be able to sell Buy Black Power products and hold regular political events in the building there. We've had successful warehouse sales and Enzo work days at the furniture store, which is at 3742 Grand Avenue in Oakland, and also at the Uhuru House itself. We had a successful pie campaign for Uhuru Foods and Pies in 2020, some of which you should have seen on yesterday with day 2 under the Uhuru Foods and Pies report, and that is under the Office of Deputy Chair. And we've also carried out work with the People's War Commission to grow the region. That hard work that was carried out during the shutdown of COVID-19. We successfully carried out the COVID-19 policies and procedures tied to the War Commission work. And we've also participated in the March for Reparations, where we had party leaders speaking in Portland and San Diego. And contradictions. 1, we did not cast a wide enough net throughout the region, and that is something we'll stress and speak to. We did not utilize the party's organizational manual effectively. Our regional committee is not yet filled to capacity. We did not put forth a plan to grow spear cells in the region, and we did not implement the N2U on a regional level. We use it with our institutions in Oakland with Uhuru Foods and Pies, and we utilize the N2U process with Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, but we yet to have to bring it on a regional level, and that is something that we will overturn. And the regional rep, myself, needs to lead in no uncertain terms, and we have to do that by having regular reports and doing what is necessary to make that happen. Next slide, please. There are 5 million Africans located in the Western region, with 2 million alone located in in California. Oakland is the regional economic hub where we have long-standing and successful party institutions. Our approach is to build party units on the ground in African communities, organize in prisons, on college campuses, and to build party organizations like NPDAM, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, ABDEP, the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, and ANWO, the African National Women's Organization, throughout the region. Next slide, please. Our goal is to cast a wide net over all 13 states in the region, including Alaska and Hawaii that are not pictured here. We currently have party forces in California, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and we do have forces in Mexico and in Canada as well. Our plan is to extend our membership and party organizations into every state in the region. Next slide. The regional committee members are myself as chair, Sayali Moyenda as the agitprop, Comrade Yamoni as recruitment and membership, Mwambi as the NPDARM representative, Sean as our economic and development coordinator, Jonathan is our prison recruitment coordinator, and Comrade Yeni, who is our regional secretary. Now let me pass it to Matsamela, who will tell us about the history of the party in the region. Next slide.
History of the party in the Western region. The history of the party organization in the Western region dates back to the late 1970s. However, it should be stated that the Western Regional Rep, Bakri Olatunji, has noted the presence of the Burning Spear and references to quote-unquote Joe Waller as far back as the early 1970s. It was very likely at the Black Panther office where he first came into contact with party literature. The Black Panthers would pay young Africans like him to distribute the Panther literature. Next slide. The Burning Spear Archive has proven a vital research tool for us. Archival research in the Spear allowed for us to create this short video on the party's history in the region. Let's check it out.
The African People's Socialist Party is the advanced detachment of the African working class. Since 1972, the African People's Socialist Party has been the custodians of the International African Revolution, bringing the masses of the African working class back to political life and placing revolution back on the table after the military defeat of the African Liberation Movement of the 1960s. The home of the Watts Rebellion of 1965 and the Black Panther Party of Self-Defense, California and Oakland specifically, was an important center of that international African revolution. The African People's Socialist Party arrived in Northern California in the late 1970s. It was in February 1978 that Chairman Omali Yeshitela delivered the historic lecture on African internationalism at the Edison School in San Francisco, bringing the theory of the African working class to the masses in California. Later that year, Chairman Omali Yeshitela moved to Oakland. While other organizations splintered, became demoralized, or increasingly engaged reformist politics, the party was the only organization that exposed the brutal conditions of the African community in a city that bore the brunt of the U.S. government's brutal infestation of deadly drugs as a means of salting the earth to make sure the African working class would never rise up to struggle again. In the late 1970s, poverty, homeless, and mass incarceration had plagued the African community in California, and there was no revolutionary party to defend the African working class. It was in California that the party organized the West Coast Free Desi Woods Committee, the African National Prison Organization, and the African National Reparations Organization. In 1981, Oakland became the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement. Oakland remained the headquarters until 1993 when it returned to St. Petersburg, Florida. The first Uhuru House was opened at 7622 MacArthur Boulevard in Oakland. The first Congress of the African People's Socialist Party was held at this location. The Uhuru House moved to 7911 MacArthur Boulevard in late 1984 as it engaged in a fierce battle against Oakland's slumlords and neocolonial political leadership. In summer 1984, the party launched the Second Freedom Summer. In Oakland, the African People's Socialist Party waged a struggle against white power and the police, as well as neocolonial petty bourgeois black politicians in defense of the 10,000 homeless. That fall and summer, the Uhuru movement led the Community Control of Housing Initiative, organizing numerous volunteers who delivered more than 300,000 flyers to the doorsteps of Oakland residents, which resulted in winning 29,000 votes on the ballot. Oakland, the Western Region political economic hub. The regional strategy of the party is the manifestation of the economic trajectory towards self-determination.
All right, next slide. Uhuru. The ideological battle was fought on many fronts. This is a demo at San Francisco Golden Gate Park in the early 80s. Coming out of the party's first Congress in 1981, the slogan was bread, peace, and black power. Next slide. When they tried to tell us we did not have enough signatures, we delivered black power to the doorstep of colonial and neocolonial power in Oakland. Here's the party leaving Oakland City Hall after winning the battle to place Measure O on the ballot in 1984. Next slide. In defense of the African working class, APSP busted up the class piece that existed in Oakland by seizure of an abandoned property to house homeless African people. Next slide. Measure O was a serious challenge to the current land relations led by the Advanced Detachment of the African Working Class, APSP. Next slide. The Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic raised the question of Black community control of healthcare, an anti-colonial solution. A 27-foot recreational vehicle providing services in the exploited communities in Oakland, it was also an important form of mass work that was Bakri Olatunji's entry into the movement. He notes that the clinic won him to the party. Next slide. The APSP led the struggle to push back state slander following the assassination of Huey Newton. Next slide. Thousands of Africans were organized in various actions upholding the legacy of African resistance. Next slide. A party-led mobilization of African masses outside the church at Huey's funeral to uphold his legacy of anti-colonial resistance. Next slide. There have been attempts to silence the voice of leadership of the African People's Socialist Party over the years. In this instance was one attack. In this image is one such attempt in Oakland in 1991, where the chairman's vehicle and home were attacked. Next slide. The masses were mobilized to defend the stance of resistance by Lavelle Mixon, who killed 4 Oakland pigs in the African community, where the U.S. police kill African people with impunity every day. Next slide. The African People's Socialist Party has maintained a fraternal bond with Unión del Barrio for almost 40 years. In a colonial state where the African working class and Mexican working class have been pitted against each other, this bond shows the way forward. In 1985, Chairman Omali Yeshitela defended Unión del Barrio and Chicano movement self-determination against attacks from ideological imperialist organizations. This bond has continuously grown the movement in San Diego and promises growth in Los Angeles. Now let me pass it to Ciali, who will help us point the way forward.
Next slide. So pointing the way forward, the 2021 Black Power Summit, recruitment, party literature and building in the region and on campuses, political education series, and build party mass organizations and regional hub. Next slide. And the Western Regional Economic Hub in Oakland. Next slide. Oakland is some of the party's oldest and most successful economic institutions. Uhuru Foods and Pies since 1981 is building an independent African economy. The Uhuru House has been at 7911 MacArthur Boulevard since 1984. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Oakland is driven by African self-determination for over 30 years. Next slide. Innovation Roofing Incorporated put on a new roof for the Uhuru House as part of building upgrades for future rentals, selling by Black Power products, and meetings at the Uhuru House. The new drainage system outside the building was a needed improvement. Next slide.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles was part of the pivot to maintain ties with the African community. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles held Enzo workshops, warehouse sales, and became temporary warehouse storage at the Uhuru House. Next slide. We've procured donations over decades, including yams made into sweet potato mix, being poured to bake 1,000 pies on 12/17/2020 for a collaborative food giveaway with Cliff Bar and Stephen and Aisha Curry's foundation, Eat, Learn, Play. Next slide. After baking 1,000 Uhuru Black Power pies throughout the night and early morning hours. This was some of the crew who poured the mix, baked and packaged the pies, a first for Uhuru Foods and Pies. Next slide. The 1,000 pies were part of the food giveaway sponsored by Eat, Learn, Play and Cliff Bar in collaboration with Uhuru Foods and Pies. The event was held at the Oakland Coliseum parking lot in December 2020, where people arrived in vehicles to pick up the giveaway packages. Next slide. APSP leader Bakari Olatunji presents legendary NBA star player Stephen Curry with an Uhuru Black Power pie. Next slide. Comrade Matamela Odom drove from San Diego to Oakland. Here, he has hundreds of pies headed for Los Angeles, California, spreading the reach of Uhuru Foods and Pies in the region. Now let me pass it to Mwambi Tangu, the NPDUM representative to the Western Regional Committee. Uhuru.
Slide. The International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement has a growing presence throughout the Western region in the U.S. and even across the colonial borders in Tijuana, Mexico, and Calgary. And PDUM's adopted the regional strategy. We have international leadership in the Western region, and San Diego branch has played a major role in international growth as well as party regional growth. Slide. Uhuru 1, SDSU 0. Zionist faculty and administrators at SDSU slandered Chairman Amalia Shatella in early 2020. PDUM San Diego led the charge in defense of Chairman and the movement through a dynamic campaign that involved support from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Unión del Barrio, and socialist and progressive organizations. Now the chairman's books are being sold in the campus bookstore and read by hundreds of students. Slide.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
The African Star Genocide Campaign was able to increase our signatures from 13,000 to 113,000, and we were able to hold powerful campaigns. Slide. In direct response to the pandemic, PDUM started Uhuru Shule, where it was a working group and then eventually turned into a Saturday story time where we have several family members and participating. Slide. And PDUM was also able to hit the streets right when the protests began after George Floyd was killed. And we're able to change the cries for Black Lives Mattering to Fist Up, Fight Back, and Black Power, and change the whole course of the mobilization. Slide. And PDUM was also able to do United Route outreach at the legendary Project Blow 26th anniversary in Lamert Park in Los Angeles. We were able to meet with the Uhuru Movement members in LA and San Diego. Slide. And PDUM was also able to hit the ground and do the block by block and postering strategy in San Diego for the Black Power Summit. And now I'm gonna pass it to my comrade in arms and the co-host of the People's War radio show, Matamela Odom, because Uhuru means freedom in Swahili, and Uhuru is on our minds 24/7.
Uhuru. As noted, the Western region began 2020 in defense of chairman against slander from professors at San Diego State University. This underscores the centrality of the war of ideas we have waged in the Western region. Next slide. Under the leadership of the National Directive Organization, we responded to the pandemic with leading 3 regional recruitment webinars. These webinars addressed regionally specific issues in party history. They were also vital training ground for new members and help recruit new people to the party. Next slide.
Time.
All right. Yeah. Uhuru.
What do you have, comrade?
We got 3 more slides.
Let's do them.
All right, Uhuru. As Huey P. Newton noted, you might not have the Black Panther Party, but you have the Uhuru House. You might not have the Black Panther newspaper, but you have the Burning Spear. The Spear was Bakri's first contact with the movement and is still bringing people into the organization. This can be seen with the distribution of the paper in Los Angeles, where it's brought vital Uhuru movement members like Honey Blue into the movement. Next slide. Party literature, in this war of ideas, we refuse to give up any ground. Party literature has made its way into the into many classrooms, as we've noted, and is being sold all throughout San Diego and other parts of Southern California, as far east as Imperial Valley. Next slide. And then here's the People's War radio show. The People's War radio show developed as an outgrowth of the People's War campaign. The original hosts were Tachara Matope out of APDF. Mwambi and myself transitioned to its leadership. With us hosts coming from San Diego, we've been able to have a series of regionally specific shows such as Black and Brown Unity, one on Uhuru Chalet, and even this issue of white nationalist gangs with inside the LA Sheriff's Department. The People's War radio show has been a useful tool of recruitment and allowed us to cast a wide net. So this next video, next slide, this would have been a video of me, but we can skip this slide, just me doing an introduction to the People's War radio show. Now, Western Regional Representative Bakri Olatunji will sum this all up for us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, comrade. In summation, we are negating the power of the capitalist colonialist system. We are ceding no territory to white power. And that is the summation. What we want to do and what we did on January 17th with our Western Regional Black Power Summit, we had over 75 participants. We won over 130 registrations. We want people to participate in the work with Uhuru Foods and Pies. We want people to join APDEP and in PDOM, and we want to continue that trajectory. We're going to move forward, and that is what we intend to do. Next slide. And one of the things that we're going to do coming out of this plenary is in a couple weeks, we're going to begin our history of the party in the region. We're going to have our Western Region Political Education series as a way to continue casting that wide net. Next slide. And with that, comrades, vanguard up. Uhuru.
Vanguard up.
Uhuru. So, Comrade Dexter.
Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru,
comrades, really appreciate that report. Just to see the extensive history the party has in that region and all the work being done today. Really want to appreciate that presentation. Now we're going to move on to the APSC Western Regional Report, which will be given by Comrade Stephanie Midler. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. Uhuru, my name is Stephanie, and I'm the African People's Solidarity Committee Regional Rep for the Western Region, and I'm very honored to be giving this report today. And I'm joined by my co-presenters on the West Regional Committee, Sandra, Maureen, and Janine. Next. We in the African People's Solidarity Committee in the West Region want to begin by saluting the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, leading the worldwide African revolution and providing the leadership of the regional strategy to build the African People's Socialist Party. And we want to salute Deputy Chair Onezanayi Shatella, who has taken the phrase, "the political and economic are one," and made it into a concrete manifestation throughout the entire Uhuru movement, including throughout our work in the West Region. Next. We also want to salute the leadership and stance of the African People's Socialist Party's Western Regional Representative, Bakri Olatunji, pictured here with 1,000 pies baked in one night by Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland. As we saw in Bakri's regional report, he is leading growing and dynamic regional work, as well as playing a leading role in Uhuru Foods and Pies. Next. We have been honored in the Solidarity Movement to have the African People's Socialist Party regional leadership participate in our Uhuru Solidarity Movement events in 2020, including Comrade Matsumela on the left, who spoke at our San Diego March for Reparations, and Comrade Sobek, seen on the right, speaking at the Portland March for Reparations. This was an important opportunity to introduce the party to the mass forces in our solidarity work in the West Region, allowing Solidarity members to experience the direct leadership of the party. Next. APSC was formed by and works directly under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to build white solidarity with Black power. We salute African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess for leading APSC for over 40, almost 45 years. We support and adopt the party's regional strategy to take territory, build dual and contending power, and to win reparations from the white population to the African community. We also want to salute the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee's mass organization, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse, pictured here, leading the mass movement of white people for reparations from the white community to the African community. Next. Handing it over to Sandra.
Uhuru. Again, just really salute this incredible plenary and the leadership of the party and APSC. We are building dual and contending power in the Western region, building on a foundation of the work of the African People's Socialist Party. And it's this history and all the work that's been built on the shoulders of the party's work here that is the most defining feature of the Western region. Next slide. The party's history in the West region started in the late 70s when the party came to San Francisco, and some of what we're saying, I know it's going to be a repeat, but you can never say it enough, came to San Francisco to build a rear base of political and material support in order to keep the Black movement alive after its military defeat at the hands of the U.S. government counterinsurgency program known as COINTELPRO. The party's Oakland years succeeded in putting the political agenda of the African working class back on the table. And this is brilliantly summed up in the chairman's book, An Uneasy Equilibrium. Next slide. The worldwide African-led campaign to free Desi Woods and smash colonial violence organized throughout the world and up and down the entire West Coast with speaking tours in Northern California, Oregon, Seattle, San Diego, throughout the region, highlighted in the San Francisco March to Free Desi pictured here. This campaign challenged the white left's attempt to control the narrative. The party correctly defined the struggle as one against colonial violence and won solidarity members to break away from the white left to stand with the leadership of the party. During that period, the party also established important international relationships, breaking the isolation that the U.S. front of the African Revolution was suffering under the counterinsurgency. Powerful relationships were created with the FSLN of Nicaragua, the indigenous Dene Nation, the Palestinian movement, and the most significant of those relationships being that with Unión del Barrio that remains very active today. Next slide. The party's first Congress was held in Oakland, California, aptly named The New Beginning. As the chairman has written, while headquartered in Oakland, the party initiated an unrelenting revolutionary campaign to deepen the crisis of imperialism and to win African workers and their allies back into independent political life. The party's struggles were furious and intense on many fronts. The party-led Uhuru movement exposed the growing crisis of homelessness by seizing city-owned abandoned houses, building a downtown tent city, and gathered tens of thousands of signatures to place an initiative on the Oakland ballot for community-controlled housing. Huey P. Newton made his final presentations at the Uhuru House where he passed the torch to the Uhuru movement and endorsed the Burning Spear newspaper as carrying forward the work of the Panthers and the Black Panther paper. After the assassination of Huey, the party led the mass mobilizations to defend Huey's legacy and raise him up as a hero of the African working class. Next slide. The Solidarity movement was forged in Oakland through constant struggle by the party for us to stand against charity and unite with African internationalism. In fact, while the party was struggling on every front, it was also struggling against white opportunism within its own Solidarity movement. This struggle culminated in the years from 1981 to 1985 and prompted the party to disband APSC. It was then in 1985 when Chairwoman Penny took the historic stand in unity with African internationalism and against white charity. It was in Oakland that the Solidarity movement began holding annual walks against genocide, now called the March for Reparations. So today, the Western region is proud to have the largest number of members of the mass Uhuru Solidarity movement. Next slide. The party's first headquarters in Oakland was located at 7622 MacArthur Boulevard, where the party conducted a magnificent 2-year rent strike, culminating in an eviction where hundreds of police from multiple agencies were made fools of when they stormed into an empty building, while movement organizers led the press and public off to the party's new offices. In 1984, the party opened their current headquarters, shown above at 7911 MacArthur Boulevard, featuring beautiful murals of the giants of the African Revolution, Marcus Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, and Chairman Omali. Throughout the 80s, Chairman Omali and Omowale K. Fing led the production of the Burning Spear newspaper from that building, utilizing the party's own typesetting machine and own photo light room. Hundreds of thousands of flyers were printed there on the party's own press. In 2015, Deputy Chair Onezene Ishatella led a significant renovation of the building, transforming it into Akwaba Hall, a beautiful rental space for the community and a community center of the All African People's Education and Defense Fund. Next slide. Under the party's leadership, the basis for what is now known as Uhuru Foods and Pies was launched in Oakland and San Francisco Bay Area. To raise reparations and meet our material solidarity commitment to the party, Solidarity Movement sold chocolate chip cookies out of boxes, big apple boxes with neck ropes on them, on Telegraph Avenue. We followed the Grateful Dead band around the Western region, selling hot dogs to deadheads. We hand-painted banners and set up food booths at street fairs, Gay Pride Day, and concerts throughout the Bay Area. The party's Uhuru Bakery Cafe, pictured here, opened in 1987, was a popular stop for thousands of commuters and local residents who were introduced to African internationalism through the posters and special events at the cafe until it was forced to close after 2 arson attacks made the building unusable. As one of the oldest institutions of the party, today Uhuru Foods and Pies works with hundreds of volunteers every year to set up and run complete outdoor kitchens at fairs and markets, as well as the annual Uhuru Pies campaign. Next slide. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles also had its start in Oakland. It began as a weekly stand at the Ashby Bart Flea Market with donated clothes and furniture stored in a rented garage. The first Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles storefront opened in 1989, pictured there on, I think it's Park Avenue, and is now a thriving community business on busy Grand Avenue. Every year we move about 200 tons of donated furniture, have thousands of shoppers come through, and are host to over 5,000 volunteer hours. Our website gets over 2,000 viewers per day. We have won the coveted Best of the East Bay Award for Best Furniture Store for 9 years in a row. So the West region was where the African People's Solidarity Committee was first consolidated politically and worked under the party's leadership to institutionalize the practice of reparations while contributing to the party's strategy for a dual and contending economy. Back to you, Stephanie.
Next, Uhuru. As APSC members in the West region, we have had the honor of being assigned to positions inside these historic institutions. And I want to salute my fellow APSC members that make up the West Regional Committee. I am the current regional representative. Janine is over economic development. Sandra is our agitprop representative. Maureen represents Uhuru Foods and Pies. And we are very excited to welcome Allie from the Southern region into the West region, where she will take on the role of regional rep as well as the lead organizer for USM in Oakland. This comrade's addition to our region represents a huge advance in our ability to unite all the work of the region into one strategy under the leadership of the party. Next slide. I also want to salute the tremendous leadership and work of APSC's mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement here in the West Region. The leader of USM's West Regional Committee is Comrade Mads, pictured here on the left. And the two members of Mads's committee is Marissa, who is Info Ed Coordinator, and Josh, who is Outreach Coordinator for the West Region. And also Ali will be the USM organizer for Oakland. Salute to these comrades for their commitment to lead and build the West Region and the tremendous work they have done. Next slide. I also want to put forward so many of the active USM members throughout the West Region. Here are just some comrades: Marissa, Josh, Monica, Valerie, Kara, Ron, Janet, Peter, Paula, Wendy, Claudette, Pete, Lauren, Aaron, Danny, Lily, and not pictured are several more people: Nick, Al, Anya, Shea, many others that could be named. Incredible comrades who carry out amazing work. Next slide. USM in the Western region is growing with members in 7 of the 13 states in our region, including Hawaii, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, Washington, and California. USM is the West region. In the West region has the most members of any region, and membership in 2020 was up by 28% from 2019. Big uhuru to USM in the West region. Next slide, and handing it off to Maureen.
Thank you, Stephanie. As we begin this portion of the report that reviews what we did in 2020, we acknowledge the leadership of the People's War Commission and Dr. Aisha Fields. I also want to salute Western Regional Representative Bakri Olatunji. Everywhere we are located in the Western region, we functioned under the leadership of the People's War Committee, gaining from a steady stream of information and participating in the outreach campaign to our base and our communities, as well as looking to the leadership of the PWC to keep the party's institutions and resources safe. Here you can see comrades Janine and Pete in Oakland postering next. Following the brutal murder of George Floyd and the bold resistance of the African community, our region answered the call for mobilizations calling for justice and reparations now. We participated in party-led demonstrations in San Diego and Oakland and held demonstrations in Portland, Reno, and Seattle as well. Next. Uhuru Solidarity Movement led the region to hold 2 marches for reparations as part of a national mobilization. Both the Portland March, led by Comrade Mads, and the San Diego March, led by Comrades Claudette and Wendy, were successful. Next. Here are pictures of the March for Reparations in San Diego, and that committee was led by Comrade Claudette. The march had the largest attendance of any of the marches and also received very positive press coverage. Next. The U.S. West region has led in the work of winning people to take the reparations challenge to raise reparations, and we saw this in some of the other reports for the Black Power Blueprint. Here are just some of the results. North Americans united to use their special skills or interests to raise their reparations goals, including through sales of body oils, soap making workshops, Zoom dance parties, and online sales. Next. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles made a significant shift this year, as we saw in the report yesterday, under the leadership of Deputy Chair and the African People's Education and Defense Fund. The store was shut down for about 2 months, but immediately went to its base through phone banking and online outreach. We shifted our model to sell online by going live on social media, and APDF made a Quaba Hall available for overflow storage and furniture sales. We waged a very successful GoFundMe with Philadelphia and a Giving Tuesday campaign. Our base gave generously to both campaigns and continue to sustain Uhuru Furniture. Next. Under the visionary leadership of the Office of Deputy Chair, a core of the grants team is centered in the West region. A huge amount of the stolen wealth of African people is located throughout the Western region, particularly in California. In 2020, the grants team was instrumental in opening up some of these resources from the corporations such as Cliff Bar, Salesforce, Facebook, and much more. And all of those are located in the Western region. And we'll continue to do that in 2021.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
Uhuru, next. Uhuru Foods and Pies, we've heard a report about 2020 and all the changes that took place to keep it alive. And we ended the year with 1,000 pies shown earlier in this plenary that were very successful. Next, and I will turn it over to Janine.
Uhuru, I want to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella, Deputy Chair Onazana Shatella, and Bakri Olatunji. Okay, so Uhuru, now we want to speak about how we're going to build the movement for white reparations to African people in 2021. Next. Our goals for 2021 include build USM Regional Committee. This will lead to the work of establishing branches throughout the region, including in Oakland, where the branch work will be centered around consolidating Aquaba Hall as the regional hub. The Oakland branch will also support the work of the party's institutions. 2, unify the work of the region. The economic and political are one, and under the party's regional strategy, all the work of the Western region will be united in one coherent strategy. 3, we will raise our pledge to the African People's Socialist Party. 4, we will carry out the mandate to go to the moneyed sector through the Reparations Legacy Project and the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations campaign. 5, we will promote all of the Buy Black Power products through the region, including the Burning Spear publications. 6, we will open a Solidarity Center in the West region in 2022. Next. To make these goals a reality, APSC first held a Western Regional Organizing meeting on New Year's Day to consolidate the West Regional Committee of USM. We held a follow-up USM West Coast Regional Conference on January 18th, and I am excited to say that USM now has a growing regional committee. Pictured here is APSP West Regional Representative Bakri giving a presentation to our regional conference. Next. Following this powerful plenary, our region will hold an APSC USM conference in March to sum up when USM members to assume positions of responsibility for the work and further consolidate our plans for the year. Next. As part of unifying all the work of the West region, we will continue to build and support all of the party institutions, especially Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland, California, creating campaigns for participation by the entire region. Here's a picture of Comrade Mads, who traveled to Oakland to participate in the pie campaign. Next. And we will consolidate USM members, branches, and lead organizers in key cities through live or virtual tour events. We will target locations, including in Oakland and the San Francisco Bay Area, San Diego, Santa Cruz, and Los Angeles in California, Spokane and Seattle in Washington, and in Portland, Oregon. Next.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
Thank you. We will build the Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade throughout all of our areas of work in the West region to win volunteers into the areas of work, develop and appreciate them, and win volunteers to higher levels of leadership. This will forward the work in every area. In this past year, USM held bi-weekly NTU orientations, and both Uhuru Foods and Pies and Uhuru Furniture developed their NTU programs. Next. Our region will be recruiting the moneyed sector for large donations through the Reparations Legacy Project by targeting and winning people who want to give large donations or have expressed interest in turning over their inherited wealth as reparations. We will also take on Make Wall Street Pay reparations campaign by targeting Bank of America and JP Morgan, exposing the foundation of their wealth and demanding that they pay reparations. Next. We are committed to carrying out the mandate by the party's agitprop department to sell the Burning Spear newspaper and all the publications throughout our region. Here are just a couple pictures of comrades selling the Burning Spear in our region. Next, in 2021, we will carry out the Uhuru Solidarity Movement campaigns in the West region, including the USM National Convention, Days of Reparations to African People, Giving Tuesday 24-hour reparations telethon, and reparations challenges, and the birthday fundraisers. Next. We'll also establish regular sustainable fundraising for the work of APSC in the Western region. We've identified 3 ways that this will happen so far. Selling special products of Uhuru Planet, by distributing the buyback power products and by hosting online studies and events calling for donations. Next, through sustainable fundraising to APSC, we will be able to open a Solidarity Center in 2022, like this one pictured here in the early 1990s in Oakland, California. We will be looking in Oakland, Portland, Seattle, and San Diego as all possible cities to host our next Solidarity Center. This will provide the public presence that
Time.
Thank you. I'm almost done. The public presence that we need to have an APSC in every city that we're located, going behind enemy lines, winning solidarity with the African Revolution. Next, last slide. Under the powerful leadership of the party's regional strategy, we will build the African People's Solidarity Committee, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and all the work of the Western region. Uhuru.
Uhuru. We are winning.
We are winning. Uhuru.
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 Uhuru, we are winning. We are winning. So I really just want to salute that report, comrades, and I really want to just salute all the reports given. Just all the exciting work that the party and the Solidarity Committee are engaged in all throughout this country. Really want to salute all those reports. And we're going to go into a brief discussion period. I just want to see if there are any questions that anybody has for any of the presentations.
Uhuru.
Yes, Chairman. Uhuru.
Before, I want to be able to just make a couple of observations, if I may. Today has been really important, and the reports that we've just had extremely important as well. And I'm reminded through these reports of the significance of the work that was done in Oakland, California. Well, the whole time where we were not just in Oakland, but in the Bay Area, because initially when we went to California, we landed in San Francisco. That's where we initially started doing the work, incredibly important and significant work that we did there. And when much of the really important work, by the way, to build the African People's Solidarity Committee occurred as well. I want to say that the first Congress was not held at the Uhuru House in Oakland. In fact, it was held at a church that I think was called St. Augustine. It was a really historic church in terms of its use by the Black Panther Party. In fact, Jonathan Jackson's funeral may have happened there, and perhaps George Jackson's funeral as well. I can't remember for sure. But what I want to say is that just watching this helped me to go back at the kind of work that I did with the Solidarity Movement in terms of training really important veterans of that movement personally. Training that went on for weeks with Comrade Maureen and with Comrade Penny and Comrade Allison and Comrade Sandra. And there were other really important and critical people who were attached to this APSC that I spent, like weeks and, sometimes hours long training with these comrades because George Jackson's funeral, I see, was at St. Augustine's Church. So, and then what has happened is that imparted to these comrades was the party style of work. I mean, I trained what we now call plans of action, tactics and strategies, and actually went through, studies and teaching that, and teaching, materialism and a dialectical approach and African internationalism. Like our movement was being killed in various other places, and we were building this solidarity movement, and they became a genuine force, unlike this nonsense that we have now with white anti-imperialism and et cetera. And what has occurred is these are the forces. We sent Janice to St. Petersburg, and we sent Penny at one time to New York, and along with Kitty, I think, to New York. And then we sent them, and then we had people like Raya who worked directly under my leadership, and we sent them to various other places around the United States. And as a part of this process, we began to recruit other people throughout Desi Wood's work, in particular the Desi Wood's work, but we were working with comrades in Nicaragua, that revolutionary project. We pulled these forces in. They played important roles, the struggle of solidarity, working with the Vietnamese. It was these comrades who played really important roles as even security against attacks by reactionary Vietnamese who opposed to the Vietnamese revolution that we supported, and the comrades from the Vietnamese revolution who expressed solidarity with the first Congress of our party. If you go and look at that book, you will see that. You'll see that forces from all around the world. And so this is the time where the solidarity movement was being forged. And we talked about some of the contradictions and things like that came with it. But this is where they were forged. So these were forces who were able to go out and really fight for a party style of work, and including basic and fundamental things like principles of organization. And they were transferred to all the places that they went to. And I think that Comrade K. Fing and Comrade Gaida was just a couple of the forces from the party who were around. And then Comrade Bakri came in at a really important time where we were doing serious kind of work too. So they carried with them an understanding of party style of work and what we had to do and what they had to have. But generally speaking, the other forces who we won into the party had no sense of that. And I think that much of that is reflected in what we've seen, like in these reports. And I'm impressed with the reports. And I see the work being replicated that started up in 7-Eleven. Was that 7-Eleven or no, something in Haight Street in San Francisco. And so I just wanted to make that observation because the thing is that our revolutionaries and revolutions being killed all around us, and the party went into that Bay Area, and part of it was to open up a whole new front of struggle and to secure resources that would make it possible to take this struggle into the various other places that it needed to go. And I can see the result of that work continuing to reverberate throughout the movement. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that, and I see it reflected in this report from the Midwest region as well. So I'm sorry, from the Western region, I should say. And Comrade Dexter, I just wanted to make that observation going into the discussion, and it's your baby, Uhuru.
Oh, Chairman. No, yeah, I appreciate that analysis. We do have a single question. It seems to be directed to the Southern region from Comrade Len from Philadelphia. The question is, Uhuru, question for the Southern APSP region. Where can we get one of those T-shirts?
Uhuru, that's a good question, Comrade. You can actually go to you can actually get it from Zenzele right now. That would be the best way to go. And if Kundai is on, if you can put the link, we can put the link in the chat where you can get the shirts from at Zenzele, or you can go to Zenzele website and purchase the T-shirt. Uhuru.
And I think that might be all for the questions. Wait, no, I see one question. from Janaba. Where do we purchase the berets?
Berets.
Berets. Berets. Where do we purchase the berets?
This is a beretta thing that you put in the air or something like that.
The berets. Where are they purchased?
What did you say?
That's
berets.
I think that's ODC.
Yeah.
Okay.
The berets that were advertised, Comrade Deputy Chair.
Okay, I just wasn't clear about which berets. I didn't know people selling T-shirts all over. I wasn't sure if she was talking about the ones earlier.
That's a subtle criticism, but that's another story. The berets that were advertised.
Maybe, I'll put the link in the chat.
Okay, then we can move on now. And right now, we're about to take just a brief detour from our report. And we are going into our next vendor.
We have to move on, but I just want to say this, that many of the comrades are still learning how, first of all, how to do the work. And then secondly, how to make a report on the work. I think listening to some of the reports that were coming from the Southern and Midwest region, in particular, Northern region, the Northern region wasn't an absence of knowing how to do it and something like that, but it had problems, as was acknowledged during that process. And the Midwest and the Southern region, there's so much that has occurred in both of these regions that didn't get mentioned, didn't get appreciated. And it's almost like comrades get tied into doing events. And almost everything that was reported on a kind of event that was done that we planned to do, et cetera, didn't have any strategic content, or very little at all. And even strategic content in terms of building organizations in place. That's part of what the regional structure is supposed to promote. That's part of what the struggle to have the Black Power regional summits all around the world was all about. It wasn't about just having an event or just quoting me or something to that effect. It's concrete. Is what we're looking for, not romantic musing or something to that effect. Concretely, we had stuff to do. We had summed up this period in a certain way, and out of this, we were supposed to do certain things. We said what those things were. There's a history that there's a relationship we have to an entire region. The plans for that concretely. This is the kind of stuff that I could not see. And that was extremely problematic for me. And Comrade Chimaringa, we're going to have a meeting shortly after this. And I know that there are plans for a regional meeting, and then I want to be a part of that and discuss with you something about how they should look and how we should be moving. And I'm saying this even in the face of a remarkable general trajectory that our movement, our party is on. That's changing so much, and that's clear. Moving, like with the Solidarity Front from this place where that now the white movement, the so-called whatever kind of white movement it is out there now, has no legitimacy because this is a movement of the colonizers. Here you have a movement of settler colonialists that are defining struggle and reality for other peoples all around the world because they've read Marx or they've read Lenin or something to that effect, and they can't deal with colonialism, pure and simple, as it exists inside the United States and around the world. They can't even explain their presence in the United States. they start off like somehow it started here. And of course, it started here with their coming into some kind of consciousness. And so they defined the world, et cetera, et cetera. Those days are over. And the creation of the Solidarity Front of our party, because that's our party that's speaking now, that's challenged this whole narrative of white power domination, whether it's left white power or right white power or anything like that. So it's a whole incredibly significant and powerful trajectory that we're on. And we've changed the narrative. We have changed the narrative. There's no doubt about that at all. And so part of that's part of what was reflected in the reports that we had up to now. And I want to say that some people don't have the history and a lot of the information. I appreciate Comrade Masamela trying to pull together that video, that presentation. Got some great stuff about the West Coast region, but there are other things that we'll have to find a way to talk about in the future, because people need to know that being a part of a revolutionary movement is not just task. And the task, you won't even happen unless they are informed by the urgency of the revolutionary project itself. And especially during a time of this crisis of the social system, that has to be reflected in everything that we call ourselves doing in terms of task, membership, the recruitment, culture, everything is defined by the urgency of this moment of a crisis of a social system that has bludgeoned and garroted and bled African people in the world for the last several hundred years. Comrade Dexter, I'm going to move out of your way now so that you can proceed. And I know that there are vendors. There is a vendor that needs to do some things, so I'll stop talking now. I just want to thank you, Uhuru.
Well, Chairman, I really just want to appreciate you for that intervention, what you're calling for. I want to appreciate that. And from here, we can move on to Comrade President Yejide, our next vendor. Like I say, yeah, Yejide.
Our turn?
It's our turn.
Comrades, thank you so much for joining this. This has been an incredible plenary. And I'm joined today, I'm Yejide Oromila. I'm the president of the African National Women's Organization. I'm also the founder and the creator of Decolonize Hair and Body, which is our economic development brand. And I'm here with my co-host.
Hi, I'm Coco Lewis. I'm the retail sales coordinator of Decolonize and annual member.
All right, so first of all, we're going to drop links in this chat, and I'm just going to show this to you so you know exactly where you should go when we start mentioning all the stuff that we're about to go into. So the Decolonize is a Economic Development of African National Women's Organization. We are a subsidiary of the wholly owned Black Star Industries, which is led by Deputy Chair's office. And we're excited. We create personal care body products that will transform your whole world. And we are excited to get into it. So let's go and let's talk about our first. Oh, go ahead, Coco.
Yeah, so I was going to mention how multi-purpose Decolonize products are. They can be used on your hair, on your skin, on your face. For instance, like my Rebel oil actually replaced $100 facial oil, but I can use it on my hair and my bae can use it on his beard.
Great. So there are some links that were dropped into the chats on Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom. So so if you go to the Loyal Shops link, please register for that, and then we'll follow up with you with invoices. If not, you just go directly to decolonize.com and purchase. We will follow up with you either way, but definitely do that. So we're going to introduce to you our first product. So Coco, go ahead and explain what this is.
Our first product is, which Yejide is holding, is our sample trio is $17. It features three of our butters. One is Imperialism is Dying pudding. The second one is blackberry hair and body balm. And then the third is the Blacker the Berry, which all of our products includes quotes from our favorite revolutionaries. On the two Blackberry Balm and the Blackerberry are quotes from Chairman O'Malley, Yeshitela, and then on Imperialism is Dying pudding is one of our favorites, Asada Shakur. So if you're interested in the trio of $17, comment below, sold one, we'll invoice you, or you can go to, where's your sign, decolonnades.com.
Next up, for your pleasure, first of all, we want to be where the money resides in 2021. So we expect y'all to be saying sold. I don't see no pop-ups yet, but we're gonna sell these out. So we have black soap. This is a favorite of ours, African black soap directly from Ghana. It has all of the goodness of Africa wrapped up into it. It's $3 for this. If you're interested in purchasing this today, just comment sold to, and it's $3 per package. People be buying this. Like this will go out very soon. Uhuru, great. Thank you so much, Eva. Head to toe lusciousness. You can use it from your head down to your toe, jams and all that good stuff. So definitely get some African black soap for your life this evening. Uhuru.
So let's go into our next product, which is our Rebel oil. Again, this is replaced for me $100 face oil. And this is $15. And not only can I use it on my face, and I have oily skin. You think oily skin, oil, it doesn't work, but it balances out my facial oils very well. I use it on my scalp and on my braids. I also, and like I said, my bae, he uses it as a beard oil to, make his beard growing thick and strong. So this includes quotes from the revolutionary leader from Guinea-Bissau, Amilcar Cabral. And if you're interested in the Rebel oil, comment sold 3 below. Or where's your sign? I need the sign. Decolonnades.com.
Alika says she loves this oil. She once told me that the Rebel oil smells like Haiti. And I'm like, that is an oil that I want to have y'all smelling like Haiti, the place that was the first place in the Western Hemisphere to be free of slavery because Africans resisted and got their freedom. So get yourself some Rebel oil so that you can smell like freedom too. I'm feeling myself. Okay, Coco, Liberation. Next one.
Liberation Mist. So this is another favorite of mine. I use this as like a facial toner, but I also use it as like a braid spray or to refresh my hair, so it can make sure I stay moisturized. Now the Liberation oil, the Liberation Hydration Mist includes a quote from another one of our favorites, Thomas Sankara, which is he's a leader from Burkina Faso. And again, this is a multi-purpose spray. You can use it on your face. You can use it in the summertime when you just need a refresh. You know what I mean. In the summertime, it's hot, sticky. You need a refresh. You can spread it all over your body. If you're interested in the Liberation Hydration Mist, please comment sold 4 below. Sold 4.
And you can go directly to our website, decolonnades.com, to purchase your Liberation Hydrating Mist directly from our website. But if you don't, just go ahead and click that sold 4 down below. Great. Thank you so much. So our next item up for bat is our newest item, our Kupuaku and Nettle Anti-Itch Salve. Let me tell you about this salve. So I don't know if I want to do an impromptu. Come on up here, comrade, and tell these people about this salve real quick.
Guru, comrades. This right here was made especially for me. I work in a harsh environment and skin irritated all over from insulation and things and debris on the job site. I broke out in a rash. This comrade said, I'm gonna make you something. And this is what she came up with, and I promise you it works.
It does work. It's made from kukuwaku butter and stinging nettle, which helps with itch. But you know what? If it also helps with dryness and your skin being tight. So if you got some dry little chapped lips, this will be a fat, nice chap stick. If you got some ashy elbows or something like that, it's good for the edges. This edge right here, these edges right here, and your knee edges. So get you some kukuwaku and nettle itch relief salve. And as again, our products have multi-uses. So that get you some. It's our newest product. It is $15. Comment sold 6 if you are interested in this product. It features a quote from Harriet Tubman. It also features her image. It also also features her image on the jar, and we are excited. It has recyclable packaging, so it's made of cardboard, and we're happy about that because we want to be a sustaining brand. So our next product, sold 6 if you would like this, and I'll have it out to you very shortly. Our next product is our OG Face and Body Scrub. You see it right now in its jar, but it's going to be coming to you in a tube very soon because of the consistency of it. We're trying to, professionalize the brand name of it. So it comes in OG, but in the jar, but you'll have it more. OG is a sugar scrub. It is good for all parts of your body, your face, your body, your scalp even. I know that sugar scrubs are now being used for your scalp. Get you some OG. It features a quote from Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. OG means black. And the quote says, "The black skin is not a badge of shame, but rather a glorious symbol of national greatness." So get you some OG today. Comment sold 5. Sold 5. You can use that first link that we dropped in there to register your email address so that we can follow up with you and invoice you, or you can go directly to our website at thecolonnades.com and purchase it directly from our site. But we will, our moderator is following up with you. We're going to capture all of your names, and we're going to follow up with you afterward because we want to make sure that we get these sales out to you. And then finally, how much time do we have left? How much time do we have left?
Huru, just 1 second. It is 5:27.
How much time do we have left?
5 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, we got a lot of time. Okay, great. Great, because then we want to show that video. I don't know if
talk about what we got new coming up. That's what I
am. I'm going to do the new stuff, and then I want Comrade to cue up that video that I think y'all will all enjoy. So some of our newest products that will be available to you next week will be our African Black Castile body wash and shampoo, which is right here. We have this beautiful packaging ready for you to go. It will feature a quote from Chairman Omali Yeshitela on it. We're so excited about that, his quote and his image. And hopefully we won't get sued because I know we're going to do that copyright infringement that the chairman talk about his image and his voice. I'm like, I don't know. I got to be careful now. Hopefully we won't get sued. But they're going to have the chairman's going to feature the chairman's image on that as well.
Absolutely.
Yes. And so we create our products so that it can go all over your body. So shampoo, body wash. And if you even feel crazy or if you feel, authentic, go ahead and wash some clothes with it. It's great.
I wash my makeup brushes in it.
There you go. We all want that earth on us. We want the natural products that we have. And our products are natural. They're handmade. They are made with love, and they're made with thinking about, anti-colonialism and the whole question of environmental anomalies that happen to our skin. So it really is talking about like breaking down those things and healing skin and healing our hair. So yes, a deputy chair asked a question, do we have a product for our oily skin? Yes. It's crazy, but oil on oily skin works because it helps balance out your skin.
Liberation Hydration Mist as a toner. And I use the African Black soap to wash my face. Then I follow up with the Liberation Hydration Mist. Then at night, I use the Rebel oil.
Yeah, and for me, I have super oily skin. I don't know if you can tell, it's kind of shiny right now, but I do use the Liberation Hydrating Mist. I just spray it on my face, and it really doesn't, it just helps to minimize all of the oiliness that happens to my skin. Try it, DC. I know you got some of my products in the house, so try it. Just spray it on yourself, particularly in hot climates, because I get super oily in hot climates. And so just spraying that on my face helps to mellow me out. So the last product that we're excited to introduce to you won't be available until the end of March, but it's something called Dilka. I don't know if anybody seen. She is ready. Dilka is a bridal scrub that comes from the Sudanese region of Africa, and it is something that it's a scrub, but it also has a fragrance to it. And Sudanese brides, in preparation for their marriages, they just basically scrub themselves so that they can be perfumed. Their skin will be perfumed, plus they will be exfoliated. So we're excited in March to give it to you. We are going through a whole month of making sure that it's not going to mold or anything like that. So we want to make sure it is going to be kept well. And we've been in a testing phase. So March, the end of March, it should be available to you.
I can't wait either. I
can't wait to get this to you. It's going to be it smells amazing. And again, if you want to order any of our stuff, let's do a quick run through. Sold 1 for the sample pack. Sold 2 if you want the African black soap for $3. Sold 3 for the Rebel oil, 15. Pre-order. Girl, you're giving me ideas. Maybe. So 3 for the Rebel oil, which is $15. Sold 4 for the Liberation Hydrating Mist. And sold 5 for the OG Face and Body Scrub. And sold 6 for the Kupuwaku and Nettle Itch Relief Salve. Yes. Okay. If we have time, let's go ahead and show that video.
I'm disabled. I can't show it.
Can she share her screen? And make sure you share your sound. And then we're out. It's about a minute long, so hopefully you enjoy it.
Real quick, how much is that salve?
That's $15.
$15. I think I might need that. It's been a cold.
You're gonna need it.
I got eczema. Times is hard.
Listen. You want this salve?
Where'd it go? I'm sorry. It just, the whole thing.
We had a commercial for you, and hopefully we can get it up. How much?
It's gone.
Oh, we got it. Okay, well, never mind. You'll see it soon enough. We'll post it up on our.
Absolutely.
We'll post it on our social media so you get to see the genius of video editing. But thank you so much again. What do you got for hair damage that really works? I have thick hair, but I've never had the dead ends trimmed. You should, first of all, trim your dead ends.
Absolutely. That's why it's breaking. You have to trim your dead ends.
Trim your dead ends. Naja had a heart attack because she had to trim her dead ends. She lost 15, like an inch or so. Trim your dead ends, and then you'll have a better experience with your hair. And then for dry hair, definitely do like the Liberation Hydrating Mist. I promise you it works. And yes. So that's,
also, the blacker the berry is really great for like hair conditions.
Yes. And if we don't have it, we are a socialist brand. So if you got ideas, I know that Penny sent me an idea that we have been brainstorming. If you got some ideas about some products that you want us to make because you want to buy from us, we are open to it. I mean, product development takes a little bit of time, but we can make it happen. So we just appreciate all of your support. And again, hit that link if you want us to send you an invoice. And also just go to decolonize.com if you're prepared now to go ahead and buy it. Naja, I hope that you captured all of the solds in the Facebook and YouTube. And we will be following up with everyone that way. On YouTube, definitely hit that link where we ask you to register, because that's the only way we can capture your email address, or just go directly to the website. And we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Just have one quick question.
Yes.
What is the item number for Black of the Berry?
The Black of the Berry. Oh, so we have the we don't have we didn't give you the item number for the individual bottles. We just give you for the actual sample pack. But Comrade, you could just go right to the website and just go ahead and purchase the individual butters on decolonize.com.
Got it. Okay. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru Comrade, thank you so much.
Uhuru, definitely about to get that salve and a little bit of that beard oil. Might get some of that too. But moving on, I want to bring up Comrade Hennock, who is based in Bermuda, and he'll be giving the regional reports for the Caribbean region. Uhuru, hand up.
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Uhuru Conrad, I hear you loud and clear. How you doing?
I'm fine. How's everybody? I'd like to say Uhuru to the chairman, Omali Yeshitela, and deputy chair, Una Zane Yeshitela, and to, NDO Shimaranga and SG Luisi and all the national coordinating, national committee organizers, comrades, brothers and sisters, tuned in globally. I'd like to send out a sincere condolences to Comrade Alex in the Bahamas, who's going through a difficult time at this moment, and also local comrade Calvina, who would have probably been on with me today. She's not been feeling too well for a few days. She's getting better, and I must say that I'm honored and I'm humbled, mostly, and awed to be with this group and honored. And we say self-critical, but the majority of the time I come on here, I'm like embarrassed, when I listen to all the great work that has been going on here with the other comrades. I feel like I'm lacking a lot. However, it does inspire me and makes me want to step up my game and boost our movement and boost our party. I guess the first thing on the screen, I'm also self-critical about this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear, Conrad.
Yeah, I'm also self-critical about this this PowerPoint thing. I've just learned how to do it. I thought it was complicated, and it turned out to be very simple. Anyway, so I don't know how this is going to work out. However, the first slide actually was supposed to be maybe like number 7, but I'll skip over my notes to that. This is from Comrade Cristal, who lives in Guadalupe. And I did some research on this particular subject. Next slide. Yeah, I did some research on this particular subject, and apparently Guadalupe has huge water aquifers and huge water tables. And for about 5 decades, they've been using a type of chemical warfare on the people there. And I'll just give you a few of what the notes are. Next slide. Yeah, you can see here where it's 87% rich in water due to its water table, which extends over 60% of the territory. It has 50 rivers and its market gardens. But what's been going on there is these islands thrive on their image as idyllic sun, sea, and sand destinations for tourists. But few visitors, however, are aware that these lush tropical islands have a chronic pollution problem. A pesticide linked to cancer, chlordecone, was sprayed on banana crops in these islands for like 5 decades. And this product was banned in America in the 60s. However, they continued to use it in these Antilles Islands up until 1993, and it causes severe sickness. I have some information here. Symptoms include nervous tremors, slurred speech, short-term memory loss, and low sperm counts. And as I said, it was used until 1993. In 2010, a Professor Nutgener and his colleagues found a link between higher chlordecone contaminations in the blood and prostate cancer. The World Cancer Research Fund reports that prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in men. In 2018, The highest rates in the world were in Guadeloupe, 189 per 100,000, and Martinique, 158 per 100,000. The rate for mainland France, for example, was 99 per 100,000. Research also found a link between chlordecone exposure and adverse effects in cognitive and motor skills development in infants. Another scientific study in Antilles suggested that the chemical was a factor in premature births. And so, next slide. Yeah, so what we're finding out here is that a large portion of the land there, well, what the studies also found is that 95% of all the adults there tested positive for this chemical in their blood, and also 19 or 20% of the infants also tested for toxic amounts, beyond toxic amounts of this chemical. What's the next slide? So after 15 years of waiting, this slide says, there have been many decades that the people have protested in the streets. There's one organization there called Zero Chloridone and Zero Poison, and it's in French, of course. And they have been at the forefront of a lot of these movements, a lot of the protests. And in July, they staged a boycott of one of the people who, the direct descendants of the former enslavers, are now the landowners there, and they call them Bekkes, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, B-E-K-E, with accent on both of the E's. And so they still own all the land. And the issue with this has been that the licenses for sale of this product has changed hands many times. So this is the excuse that they use why they can't find compensation. Give me 1 second. I have so many notes here. Yeah, I was trying to find of the land. It's like almost 80% of the agricultural land is oh, here it is right here. Agricultural land is 30 to 50% contaminated, so much so that a lot of the agriculture there has had to stop. Also, the coastal waters are contaminated, so they had to ban fishing along the coast. And this has, adversely affected the poor fishermen who depend every day on, catching fish every day. So they're basically out of work. So this has, caused a major impact as far as food not being grown, and also the fishing industry kind of being shut down. Yeah, so half of the, this is from a French MP. That's leading the research for the France, the colonizers. He said that half the island's 24,000 hectares, which is 59,305 acres, had some chlordecone contamination, and some 4,000 hectares of that are totally polluted. As I said already, 95% of adults. Another study says that 92% of the adults. So this is a report that's corroborated by others. What's the next slide? Yeah, and Sister Chris Styles here is saying that she thinks that we need to create we need to create our own international tribunals for Africans by Africans in order to put these colonial states in front of their responsibility to compensate all Africans in the diaspora. The masses also should be sensitized to the problems of the poisoning that we Africans are suffering from in the West Indies. What's the next slide? And Uhuru, one Africa, one nation. Do you have another slide? Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade.
Yeah, this is the one that I did from Bermuda. It's just saying a welcome, as I already, like I said, I'm self-critical. I'm new to this, but I will have this lined up in the future. I've learned how to do the PowerPoint this time. And so what's the next slide? Yeah, and this basically says that, foreigners think that the islands are a paradise, However, as former slave colonies, colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism, and neocolonialism, that's white root and black face, still plague the lives of the African locals. For centuries, our homes have been playgrounds for the wealthy, while colonized locals do indeed enjoy the beauty and nice weather. We are unable to enjoy our beautiful land or live with the same comforts as the colonizers. Beyond being huge amusement parks where nearly every whim of the wealthy is met, often our island homes are tax havens, etc., for global business conglomerates. Bermuda, for example, is known as the insurance capital of the world. Next slide. In many islands, the violent contradictions of colonial capitalism are veiled, obscured. In Bermuda, this is a place, like I've often said, for the happiest slaves in the world. It's the capital of petty bourgeoisieism. While in others, extreme violence is an obvious daily lifestyle. In many so-called independent countries like Jamaica, for example, police brutality is even more horrible and vicious than in America. African internationalism, APSC scientific theory of revolution, evolved over nearly 50 years of struggle and offers us a complete template to end our oppression in our lifetime. What's the next slide? One of the many organizations put in place by the African People's Socialist Party to meet the needs of Africans locally as well as globally, and one that we pursue diligently in Bermuda and we're pushing in the Caribbean, is developmentforafrica.org's initiative for backyard and community gardens. And go ahead to the next slide. Yeah, we have enjoyed eating from our own gardens for most of 2020, and if we secured one plot for a community garden, we plan to set up at least one in each of all of 9 parishes. We are also leading by example and encouraging everyone we can to become more self-sufficient and self-determined. What's the next slide? And on this behalf, I've actually found this plow. It's in disrepair. It cranks up fine. It is a Honda, and right now we're trying to figure out if we should buy it, if we can repair the gears, if it'll be worth it to buy it. What's the next slide? This will enable us to, as we find more and more people who are willing to do gardening, we can come. We'll have the equipment to do it, and particularly if they're elderly people or others, we won't have to dig it by hand. One of the things that we've done here is while the APSC didn't invent reparations, we have held 12 international world tribunals on reparations beginning in 1982, and we have made it a household word and concept. Following suit, we have a petition demand for reparations for Africans colonized in Bermuda for 400 years, and this is just the first quote out of the demand. And I would invite anyone who's watching to go to change.org, or also at our African People's Socialist Party Bermuda Facebook page, and sign up for the sign our reparations demand petition. Now, what's the next slide? Yeah, it is the farm goal of the APSC Caribbean regions to unite with all the islands and recruit them into the struggle for African liberation globally. Accordingly, we have made contact with others in Jamaica, U.S. Virgin Islands, Grenada, and Anguilla, to name a few. One initiative we plan is another petition to decolonize the travel and trade routes. The current situation has made it cost prohibitive to connect with our brothers and sisters for visitation and our business. And let's have the next slide. Currently in Bermuda, we are building a coalition to address reparations and other local issues, very similar to the blackisbackcoalition.org, which is an organization of organizations united in the struggle for our freedom. It is possible that we may indeed establish our local group on the same name. We still have to hear from the chairman's office about that. And in my research on Comrade Chris Dow's PowerPoint about how these people are being poisoned in the Antilles Island, I did find out that there were a few other organizations in that area. Like I said, one was called Zero Chlordicone and one Zero Poison. And there's another one, I think it was called Workers, some type of workers movement. And I think that what will be one of our goals is to push this petition drive throughout every island in the Caribbean, and also to build this coalition on each island, because apparently, from what I'm finding out, there are people, anti-colonialist forces on every island that I've connected with. And so I'm not sure how to go about connecting with all these different islands, but this is something that we're up to find out, to work out with the Agitprop organization department, and figure out how we're going to connect with these other islands. I mean, I do, from living abroad for many years, I do have a lot of contacts from many different islands, and I'm pursuing those. What's the next slide? Is that the last one?
Yes.
Okay, so our plans for 2021 are to link Jamaica into the party, most certainly. They have an APSC Facebook page with like 50 followers or more. And I've already contacted one of the brothers that was the admin of the page, and I've discussed it with him. He said he was willing to turn it over to Agitprop. I'm just talking to or negotiating, working with some of the other brothers over WhatsApp who are also in the group about taking it over, about joining the party and really representing us there, not just in name. Yesterday, I listened to the chairman teach on the burning spear, and I mean, that's one area I must say, be very self-critical. We most certainly have dropped the ball on that in Bermuda, and it won't happen anymore. I listened to it, and I was greatly impacted by what he said, and I realized that this is probably why we haven't been so successful in our recruitment, because we aren't using the tools as are set out, by the party. And one thing I found out many years ago when I first encountered the party was pretty much for any eventuality, there is a plan, there is a protocol. And that was one thing that amazed me about this movement, that the depth of thought and that had gone into it. So we're almost, like I said, almost any eventuality, there's a plan for that. There's something to meet it. And so I am, again, very self-critical, and I need to get myself trained properly and follow every step of the protocol, including the burning spear. And I need to get that I pledge to get that into as many businesses as possible. There are a lot of Black businesses here. I already have one bookstore here called the Griot, which is like the main Black bookstore, and has become a hub. He's opened his facilities to me at any time to use, to set up a table outside, to have meetings inside. He gives out flyers for me. And actually, the last time I dropped flyers up there, he only took like 3 or 4, and I was taken aback a little bit. He said, "Dude, I got a printer right here. As I run out, I'll print some more." And I was like, "Well, are you sure?" And he said, "No problem." I said, "You promise?" He said, "Look, I got you." So that was a pretty good contact. One of the other things that I did here in effort to, when I first started in the movement, I joined, there's an organization here called Citizens Uprooting Racism Bermuda, CURB it's called. And it's run by a nice white lady who is very sincere and genuine. And I've learned a tremendous amount from her about the history of colonialism in Bermuda. And Curb had a thing called Truth and Reconciliation seminar. It was for 7 weeks. And I wasn't sure. I talked to National Director Chimarenga about it. And I went, and my main reason was to push the party line, because I was curious as to why are all these black people going up here to this, this Curb thing. And actually, it was about 30 people, about half and half Africans, half whites. And I thought they would run me off after the first day, but they didn't. They embraced me really well. And they actually changed the name from Truth and Reconciliation to Truth and Understanding. I kind of had them almost the first day. I had them pretty much convinced that there was nothing to reconcile on our behalf. And from that, I've made some pretty good contacts. And then a few, just like maybe last week or week before, Curb had a reparations webinar, and I was also able to take part in that and push the party line hard. And I was very fortunate because in the 3 weeks prior, our O'Malley Taught Me Sunday studies were 3 studies on reparations, and then the Black Power Summit came up, and I had to do research on it, and so I learned a lot about our international tribunals on reparations. And so I was able to present this at the webinar and explain how this is something that we must do for ourselves as Africans. And at the same time, this is how, and also through talking to National Director Chimarenga, he suggested that I build this coalition locally with some of the groups. And so through this webinar, I have reached out to some of the other organizations, and that should be coming on board very shortly. One of the other places that I can also put publications is there's a brother here named Elmore Warren, and he's a revolutionary in his own right, and he has an independent black TV station. And when I first approached him to try, I was really excited. I said, yeah, I'm going to go and talk to Elmore and see if we can get O'Malley Taught Me on Sundays, and he didn't know anything about the movement, and he basically gave me his salesman pitch. He told me $500 an hour. If he likes it, he may give us a discount. Well, I send all these people who I contact, I send them all of our links, I send them all of our videos. I'm unrelenting, even though they haven't decided they want to join the movement. And so I sent Brother Elmore a link to our Black Power Summit. And this has been months since I've been trying to get on his TV show and on his program. And all of a sudden, he hit me up after the summit and said, who is that local guy? I said, hey, it's me, the same guy that's been trying to get in your, on your TV all this time. And he said, hey, I want to broadcast that. I want to broadcast the one that was on yesterday, and I want to put all the others on live programming. So I actually sent him to his email to Comrade Director Akile, because I wanted to proceed, follow the protocol. However, I didn't really know what happened between them, but since that time, he has already begun to broadcast our stuff. He hit me up one day when Comrade S.G. Luezi was on. I don't know, I think maybe his last one or the one before that, I don't remember the title. And he hit me up and said, hey, this is playing now. And I was excited. So I'm really excited about that. And he, all he really asked for was a shout out. And so I want to give him that shout out now. You can find Fresh TV Bermuda at Fresh TV Bermuda on Facebook. You can also find Fresh TV Bermuda at Vimeo.com. And his website is down right now, but his motto quietly is to take the diaspora to Akibalan and vice versa, to bring Akibalan to the diaspora. So he's at present in the process of upgrading his technology. So his global web presence is down, but the broadcast site is still up. So in the future, we will also have a global presence on Fresh TV, And I talked to him again today, where we're networking together to, to promote his thing as well as promote our thing from in the Caribbean region. And in my mind, I'm excited about this. I'm encouraged. So besides our own media that we have with Burning Spear, I'll be able to have broadcasts here locally. And I'm sure you all know this can be rather frustrating. I never give up, but just to know that as I beat my head against the walls, it's starting to crack. It's exciting, and I'm really it's encouraged me to continue to push forward. So for 2021,
5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. And so, as the chairman just stated, I have a lot to learn about giving these reports, and I just want to say our plan for the 2021 is to push our party on every island in the Caribbean that we can, and to push reparations on every island in the Caribbean that we can, and to build coalitions on every island, and to get the Burning Spear out locally, and to get it out in other islands. I have already set up a shipping address in America that I can have stuff shipped to, that'll come to Bermuda through a local African shipping company. And I pledge that the next time we're all together as a group of comrades, I will not feel so very self-critical and embarrassed to be among such awesome work. But I will have my ducks in a row, and I will be up to par. Before I go, I just would like to say one more thing. The work that I've seen, Deputy Chair, I want to salute the chairman and everyone, but the work that I've seen Deputy Chair Una Zane do recently in St. Louis has just been profoundly encouraging and inspiring to me, and it has caused me to to teach and to speak on that dual power here as I push for APDEP and ANWO and the other organizations. And I just want to salute her and salute the chairman. I'm really impressed with how the movement has grown over the years, not so much in volume of membership, but with the programs that are in place that are super viable for our people on the ground. And this is the last thing I'd like to say. I'd like to say thank you to Comrade Aisha and Comrade Kobina for introducing me to this. I may have never known about it if it wasn't for them. Kobina called me up one day and asked me to come and secure Cherno Alpha and Bar. I hadn't a clue what it was about, but I'm a soldier, and I'm very grateful to them for connecting me with this. And one of the things that I speak every day or pretty often that I heard Comrade Aisha say, and I'm going to paraphrase, and she said that the gifts and talents and education and ingenuity that we have, we often believe that it's for us, it's for our own benefit, and it's for our families and our friends and loved ones, etc. But what she said is that it belongs to the whole African nation. And this may sound kind of absurd. It sounds sweet and absurd at the same time, unless you have a venue through which to give your gifts and to share your gifts and your talents and your education globally. And this is it. This is it. The African People's Socialist Party is a venue where we're able to help people globally, to use our gifts and our talents globally to benefit people that we may never ever meet again and or meet ever in life. And this has been profoundly powerful to me to consider this and to consider that that I have this venue and it's a burden, and I intend to shoulder it well and show that I'm worthy. And this is the last thing. I watched the naming ceremony. I was at work all day, so I tuned in whenever I could. And I need to get my name. I got to get myself together so that I can be in the next naming ceremony. Uhuru.
Ooh, Comrade Hennock, I really want to appreciate that report. I really do. I'm seeing a lot of supportive comments in this chat. I'm seeing From Comrade Mwambe, Build the Caribbean. Comrade President Yejide, she said, I want to help. Let me know if you've heard anything back from Grenada.
I see Waze is still on, and perhaps he might have some observations. He was working rather closely with Comrade Cristal in Guadeloupe. It's a French-speaking territory, as you know, so I don't know if he had something that he would contribute, because he's also, very much involved in that aspect of the work.
Well, Chairman, I just want to congratulate you for your first report, and every shortcoming that might be in that report, definitely will share that responsibility to work with you to get this report. We had to go through meetings late at night just to get things going. But I'm glad that, first of all, he is now the representative of the Caribbean region. And I want to congratulate you for that. I also want to thank Commander Alex for working with us to make this a transition. And regarding Guadeloupe, you know, comrades, Guadeloupe is a French colony. It's a direct French colony. The French state, police, gendarmes are from France. They are the ones who are on the street in Guadeloupe. And Comrade Christel, just like Comrade Enoch, they are new members in the last 6 months, probably less. They have been members, and Comrade Christel has been able to translate to Creole the call by the chairman to build this plenary. You all read that call, and she put it in Creole. And it's with Comrade Delik now for proofreading or for editing, that kind of thing. And she also wrote an article about this product, the Chlordecone, and but the article is in French, so that needs to be translated. And she's enthusiastic to learn, basically, and she's also, as you saw in the reports, keen to work on a tribunal for the Caribbean. I think one of the things basically that we need to do definitely is to see the possibilities, because this was a plan already. We thought it might be happening in Bahamas, where we can have a tribunal in the Caribbean. But the most important thing for the party is that we have access to a working class comrade, a woman in the Guadeloupe that is learning how to be in the party, and that is she's learning to produce, just like to write an article. That's something she's never done before, and she's part of the studies we've been doing on a Monday in French, basically, and. I'm looking forward for her, also for the comrade Enoch. We can definitely begin to build the party, because everything we're going to do, everything we're going to build, we need first to have the party on the ground. Everything we're going to do has to facilitate the process of building the party on the ground. And I'll just end here. Having Comrade Christel in the party is really great for us, because not only connects us with any French-speaking island in the Caribbean, which means Haiti, Martinique, Guyana, and Saint Martin, but also it opens up possibilities for us to work in France, because one of the largest community for Africans is the Africans from Guadeloupe and Martinique and Guyana. And from Guadeloupe, we can begin to unite the work from Guadeloupe, from the Caribbean, and the works happening in Europe, and of course, and the works happening in Europe. So it gives us really a great possibility. So I'm just pleased with this progress we have made by having someone from the Caribbean being there. She's not in this report just because the language, so also the time we need to get things prepared, so she can be on this report. So I'm looking forward to rectify all those things so we can move definitely forward. So she's on a road, to develop to become an African internationalist organizer. And, as I said, really willing to take on our tasks. And I have some plan, but I'll keep it for my report tomorrow so we can see how we can move forward. So I appreciate that, Commander Enoch. And Chairman, back to you.
Next.
Chairman, SG. And again, I just want to salute your report again, comrade. Just salute you being in this party and just your commitment to building the Caribbean. We do have one question here, and Chairman, you might be able to speak to this as well. This is from Hallie in Somerville, Massachusetts. Uhuru, I think I recall the chairman saying at some point in the last year that there might be a reparations tribunal in the Caribbean in the year before the 2023 Congress. Just wondering if there was any further plan for that. Salute this powerful presentation on the APSP Caribbean region.
Uhuru, you're right. I did mention that, and that was something that was being pursued under the leadership of Comrade Alex Morley from the Bahamas, and so there's been no development on that. I think Comrade Secretary General Luizy just mentioned that, but it is something that I know we're going to be looking at, and I'm hoping that Comrade Alex will be able to play a big part in that as well. So yeah, that's about all I can say on that right now, Comrade Halley. We're gonna do that. We're gonna deal with the reparations question. Hopefully, we can do it. And coming out of our 2023 Congress in South Africa, I suspect we will have a plan. We will have a plan to create a whole international reparations tribunal in Africa itself, and invite Africans from all around the world to come there, and which would be an extraordinary event, almost as extraordinary as this Congress that we're going to be doing in 2023. So that's what we're anticipating, Hallie. Uhuru. Is there anyone else? Comrade Dexter.
Or just looking for any final questions. Nope, just saying some salutes. A salute from Jesse Neville. A salute the African People's Socialist Party in the Caribbean. Reparations now. And at this point, if there
Uhuru.
Yeah, if I may just say one more thing. This thing that Comrade Christel posted on her PowerPoint, I'd never heard of it before, and just to go to show that how hellified this colonialism is. I mean, these people have poisoned 95% of the population. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when I looked at it, I had never heard about it before, so I went and did some research on it, and I mean, this thing made me furious, and it has given me, all the backburn if I didn't have it before, that, we got to destroy this thing. And I would invite any of you to, I mean, this is not an isolated case. This is what happens all around. But to think about the banana industry, there where 80% of the bananas are shipped to France, I wonder how many other islands, that have produce with but this is a product that kills this weevil that eats the roots of the banana plant. And I wonder where else it is, in South America, other places that grow bananas, that they've been poisoned. I mean, the studies for this say it's going to take 300 to 500 years for the land to be decontaminated again. And there's no known way to decontaminate it. I mean, this is I know in our movement, we don't use that philosophy about devils, but this
terminology. I mean, Uhuru.
Yes, Uhuru. Can I just say quickly? We're looking at a process that is growing, the African Socialist International, which is a process that allows the African nation through its leadership, its vanguard, basically to determine what the issues is, but also to impact on issue the power of the African nation. And this is something it will come obvious as we develop. People in the Caribbean, like Guadeloupe, Martinique, they are isolated. Not only by particularly by their language, but also, as you know, in most places, the absence of revolutionary organization on the ground. So by doing what we're doing now, first we're breaking the barriers, and also we winning people to join the party, because this is really the starting point. You need to have the party on the ground. Whatever we're going to do, you need to have the party on the ground to be the leader for every work to show the direction. So the struggle against this water contamination is first the struggle to win people to be in the party, so that we can become influential and we can win people in the same direction, and we can get the African nation to act on it. And it's also going to help us. For someone posed the question, how do we see us in the US helping to grow the Caribbean? That's why we're saying we're an international party, which means we must be able to have this on the agenda. That's where we are, and let's speak on it, and also get Africans in the Caribbean to speak on it. Let the world to know who is organizing. Even if we don't agree with whoever is organizing, but since it's our meeting, we're going to put our line the way we want it. But at least we begin to put the French government on the defensive. At the moment, the French government, when there's a demonstration like in Paris, you only see Africans from Martinique, Guadeloupe. You don't see the rest of Africans. Then, in the same times, everyone knows France has this, France CFA, looting of Africa. It's a quite dispersed kind of movement, but that should all be there, because it's the same struggle to recapture our future and unify our people and destroy our white power, capitalist, colonial capitalist, something like that. So that's basically what the party, will be doing as we grow, as we develop the ASI, developing the power, the black power of the African nation. So determining what's happening anywhere to African world. We're going to make that determination, but we're going to build the party. That's what ASI Congress is also is. The power of Africans to make things happen, regardless, whatever, what's happening in the world. But it's going to take us to have the party on the ground so you can mobilize the entire African nation, in the same direction. So yeah, I appreciate you coming in. So all work to do, and we're going to get it done.
Uhuru, there is one more question. There's one more question we have from Matsamela Oldham out of San Diego. How do you see us in the U.S. helping to grow the Caribbean? So many of us in the mainland North America have not just roots in the Caribbean, but active contacts.
You want me to answer that?
Who would like to answer that?
Yeah. We need all these contacts. If you have contacts, bring them to the party. We need all these contacts. We want every African contact to become an organized contact. Eventually, if they can't join the party, they can be the mass organization, or they can support us somehow. But we need as many contacts as possible. And this way, we can hit everywhere, at the same time, and it will facilitate everything we're talking about. We're talking about having a tribunal. We're talking about this Floridian. We have other places in Jamaica. You heard the question of the police brutality. It is terrible, terrible, terrible in Jamaica. By like the first 2-3 months of last year, over 300 Africans were murdered. You don't see that anywhere in the newspaper.
Right.
That's our job. That's our people. That's us. So we need so we need every contact to be sent to us, and then we can organize that from there. It's not just the context in the family, radio, wherever we have our contact, you think can facilitate this work we do. Send this to, that should be sent to, is it a NDO, right?
Yeah, send it to NDO. But the other thing that's really important, again, is for us to remember that we are one international party. and we are located in various places around the world. And one thing we do is we help to build Agitprop. Agitprop is going to put radios in there and develop social media app and things like that will allow us to broadcast and get reports from every place in the African world where we are located. We can begin to speak to each other and speak to masses of the people. So that's one aspect of what has to be done. And Comrade Hennock is establishing the ability to begin to receive burning spear newspapers right there in Bermuda that might be, depending on the quantity that he can receive, might become like a distribution point to get the newspaper in various places throughout the Caribbean. And it has been suggested in Comrade Kile's report on Agitprop. We do use different languages, certainly with the 14-point platform. We do it in French. We have a bit of Spanish. I think it may have been done in Portuguese. I'm not sure. I think I heard that. We know we have the ability to do it in Creole. It's certainly Haitian, if you will, Creole. So we'll be reaching out and just help to build the party and help to build the party there in the various places in the Caribbean. That's part of what the region is going to be doing in the Caribbean, is spreading us throughout that region. That's going to be fundamental to our mission. So, I mean, those are some of the things that we can do.
4 minutes.
Uhuru, comrade. Okay, right on. So those are some of the things. I don't understand what Kuumba has raised the question of. The question is, how does the party help and not U.S.? I don't understand that question. Yeah.
I'm looking for the question.
That's in the question and answer Q&A. You see that?
I see it now, yes.
But those are some of the things that I would suggest and Comrade Masamela. And, those contacts, they need to go, like into our contact list. We need to, and certainly we need to facilitate the ability of the comrades in the Caribbean being able to connect with them. It's like that comrade who he mentioned, did he say radio? I think the radio station there in Bermuda, how he continued to mess with him. And now, we have access to that radio station. And I just think that let's move this information, contact information, what have you. We'll find a way to get to him. And Hennock seems to be quite determined to make that happen. And those comrades he's talking about in Jamaica, there's some kind of, did I hear it was an African People's Socialist Party, or Uhuru, some kind of Uhuru thing in Jamaica, and that he's convinced that perhaps they should turn over the webpage to us, and he's trying to talk to them even more. So that's Fresh TV Bermuda that Hennock was talking about. So those are, Hennock, if we get that information and working with Comrade Chimurenga, we're developing a strategic approach to that as a part of the entire Caribbean. Comrade Secretary General Louise, we'll get it throughout the Caribbean.
So I don't see any more questions. I do see a comment from Director Akile. I have been in communication with Brother Elmore with Fresh TV Bermuda.
Okay. Yeah, that's Elmore is the brother that Hennock referenced earlier in his presentation. Great. And he said that that Elmore was playing out stuff or something like that, right? And he assumed that
yes,
Comrade Director was in touch. Yeah. Great.
Uhuru. So, Chairman, did you have any final comments on this segment?
I just want to thank everybody. It's an incredible third day to an incredible plenary. And I also want to send a shout out to Comrade Alex Morley, who has been a mainstay of sorts for us in that whole Caribbean region. Alex is someone who met Comrade Louise while Alex was in law school in London, and then later at the first mobilization of the Black is Back Coalition in Washington, D.C., 2010, I think it was, or was it 2009, Alex and Charo, his wife, she wasn't his wife then, but they both came from Nassau to participate in that mobilization, and that was that was where they reunited with the party and the whole movement. And from that time forward, they've been playing some kind of role at different times, and that deepened to party membership and the assumption. He was with me in Jamaica. I spoke in Jamaica. Somebody knows the year it wasn't that long ago, but about 8,000 people to something that they did in Jamaica. Perhaps it was a Garvey birthday kind of celebration that was done by the #1 FM radio station there. But I think that it's been an extraordinary day, and it was really helpful again to have the day begun with Comrade Ilikia and Gomez reminding us and putting in front of us and making us participate with the African Nation fighting song. I just think that was incredible. And it was something that Africans participated in that all over the world. And will participate, and they'll wake up tomorrow, and some people who couldn't be on today, they'll find that on tomorrow as well. And that's something that will also reverberate throughout the African world. And the name, the Sherehe Kumtaja, the African name ceremony, where Africans name ourselves, and the village is so much larger now, which means that the whole how we name ourselves, it has a much broader and deeper kind of resonance, and stretching across the entire African world, and that is really important and impressive. And we assume responsibility to do that. We name ourselves. We reject wholeheartedly the names that some foreign and alien person. How ridiculous and obscene that is to walk around. It's like a brand, and they used to brand us. They would bring us, and they'd put a brand on us, a hot iron to make sure that it was known that we belong to them. And now, in many instances, we fight to put the brand on ourselves. Can't change that. If I change my name, I'm denouncing my daddy. No, your daddy was denounced by the person who affixed that name to him. Your daddy was property. So you're just lucky that he didn't name your daddy Fido or Lassie or some other thing like that. We were the same kind of property as that. In fact, we were worse property than that, because at least Fido and the white man is the dog is the man's best friend. So not us, So the naming thing is really important. It contributes to a dignity that we claim for ourselves, and it's a powerful statement, because this is part of the way by deepening the crisis of the entire imperialist system. Because think about this: if all Africans are saying, this is one of the most important things that the original Nation of Islam did, by the way, that whole name, that X, X for the unknown, I don't know what my name is. It's a slave name. And just think about this as Africans, but we do know, we know that we are Africans. And so it's so much easier to reclaim our names and think about what it means in terms of fracturing and deepening the crisis of imperialism. Because if all the Africans, or a huge percentage of the Africans, if a lot of Africans begin to say, I'm an African in the United States, then if I'm an African, then the question before white people, who the hell am I?
Right.
This is a really deep and profound critical kind of issue. And I remember in the 1960s walking through a department store, and this old white woman ran up to me and said, please, please, please tell me you don't hate me. This is the height of the Black Power movement. And the implication, the ideological implications of this relationship are much deeper than most people assume. Because in defining us, they define themselves. And when we take control of our own definition, then that challenges their own self-perception.
Yeah.
And it's deep. I'm telling you, it's very profound. You're talking about mental health clinics and things like that. Comrade Dr. Aisha, you're going to have to get some more spaces, because a lot of white people are going to have to have a place to go to for some kind of self-discovery if all these Africans recognize who we are. So the name thing is really important. Mm-hmm. And I want to say that we heard from Comrade Director of Organization Chimarenga and Comrade this extraordinary report from Comrade Akile. I mean, it's massive in terms of what the task is and what she's doing and how she's taking it on. And this young woman is going to live long enough to do all of it, everything that we're talking about. And I can tell you that there's going to be a certain kind of reorganization. There's been something suggested or inferred about some organizational needs and requirements that we have that will see this Department of Agitation and this Department of the Director of Organization and this Department of the International Director, the Director of International Affairs, and the head of the ASI, and the head of the African People Solidarity Committee are going to be drawn into a much closer and direct relationship to my office moving forward in the near future, and which is going to give us a much more comprehensive and seamless ability to all of these things that we're talking about. But those were incredibly important presentations, especially coming from Comrade Director Akile Anai. And I know that everybody is celebrating the power of that in terms of what it exposes about who we are as a party and where we're going as a party. And there are various aspects that show the consolidation of the actual leadership infrastructure of the African People's Socialist Party that's responsible for making all this other stuff happen that we see happening in the party. And when I say the party, I include in that the solidarity front of the party as well. Incredible revolutionary culture continues to unfold with everything that we're doing, and Comrade Akile, breaking barriers in that area as well. We continue to show this work of demanding that African people stand up and take charge of our own affairs, and that we're not beggars and what have you. So virtually every department, almost every committee has its own economic development component. And we challenge the notion of fundraising as what you do all the time. We will do fundraising, but in most instances, our fundraising will contribute to what? Our economic development. And that's what we see happening in the various departments here that we heard from today as well. And the report from the Solidarity Movement was really important. I mean, we have, with the Solidarity Movement, I mean, this you can see this whole front that we've opened up in terms of the assault on the colonial system, on colonialism itself. And the imperialists have never had to confront this before. I mean, they've had militant, dissident whites, who were against this war. They've had people who sympathized with the struggles of the colonizers, etc., but not before. People who come to understand that the struggle of the colonized is the key to any happiness that they expect to have themselves. That they're not helping African people, they are helping to unfold a revolutionary project that will destroy a social system that is rooted in colonialism, but is also responsible for the crisis that white people themselves experience on a daily basis. And that's what makes them scared of me. It's this crisis. You wouldn't have to be scared of me without colonialism. You don't have to be scared of going any place in the dark. It's colonialism that's waiting in the dark alley to snatch your purse or to bang your head up against the wall or take back things from you. So this is the kind of contradiction that the solidarity movement, this front of the party, takes on. And the thing about this too, that we should really, really, really understand, is that the theory of the party, the existence of the solidarity front of the party, removes this necessity ultimately of white people trying not to be white. There's no way you can not be white. There's no way. I mean, this whole this racism kind of concept gives a biological definition to the contradiction that we are confronted with. And even though I know there was a woman who was head of the NAACP in some place who felt like she was black inside, you know, who was literally a white woman, this doesn't have to be your contradiction. You don't have to be black inside. You can be who the hell you are inside and still have the ability to unite against colonialism. So it doesn't require you not to be you. I mean, I am not Nicaraguan, but it didn't take me a moment to recognize the need to jump in on the struggle against imperialism as it was affecting the people in Nicaragua and people in El Salvador and people in Vietnam and all these other kinds of places. White people turn loose your white ass and then join with the struggle of the oppressed people. That's the stuff that's trapping you, and you don't have to be trapped anymore. The struggle, recognizing that we are fighting against colonialism, you can join that fight. So it's not like you have to fight against yourself unless you just want to maintain your identity with the colonizer, with the colonialist, etc. So this is really important kind of work, and the behind the enemy lines work is really important. And we're just making a major assault on this whole social system. And if the white thing will never be the same again, never, 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 never anymore. We've unleashed too much for them. Mm-hmm. And we have these demonstrations of white people marching down the streets talking about reparations and talking about stopping the genocide and actually, you know, talking about how colonialism is the contradiction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They've never had this problem before. They got it now. And this is the African Revolution expressing itself in their houses, in their neighborhoods, in their bedrooms and other places like this. This is a profound contradiction. And then the different reports from the regions where we see the weaknesses and problems inside the party that we're struggling to deal with, and we're going to deal with them because we've done some stuff, especially in the recent period, to try and achieve a greater definition and clarity of the work to build these regions. That's what we've been concentrating on, and we see the softness, we see the fluff, we see where there's nothing real. We see that some instances people don't understand that we are not talking about just having events. That people are going to have to learn to get in the trenches and to recognize what real struggle is. That's what's going to be required. And, you know, like Comrade Matum, who I keep mentioning because I truly respect his stance, and I recognize the ability to struggle with Matum because he loves the party, he loves the revolution, and he can deal with the criticism and he recognized over a period of time the contradictions he was confronted with. Everybody needs to do that. Get out the way. You know, the thing is, come on in, and we will open the door and make it possible for everybody to be what it is that they need to be. And this was a very important kind of process to listen to the reports from the different regions, and then to hear Comrade Hennock come in. And by the way, he came in just a few days. He didn't have any time, and he didn't have any of the training or anything like that. And I appreciate it. I love that. I love somebody, you know, who wants to do it, who wants to make the revolution, who wants to liberate our people. And if when you want it, you'll overcome the contradictions. You will not be satisfied with your ignorance if it stands between you and the success of this revolution that's going to liberate our people. And that's what I appreciate by Hennock. So he can come in there and he say anything he want to say. He can make any mistake he needs to make. his enthusiasm and desire to make this revolution, to change the circumstances, and say, yes, I will do it. And he said, not only will I do it here in Bermuda, and not only will I work with comrades in Guadeloupe and in the Bahamas, but I'm going to find a way to get to Jamaica. I'm going to get every island out there. I want to do it. He said that even though he said, I don't know how to do these reports too slick. You understand? He came in there acknowledging that, but I want to do it. That's what we have to make this revolution. That's how you solve problems. That's why you know the problem will be resolved. And as opposed to this lackadaisical and casual approach to our oppression. That's what I loved about that. So we learned a lot through this process. And I think that I can see the development. I'm excited. I want to appreciate again the tremendous job that the Agriprop department is doing under Comrade Director Akili Anai, and the tremendous work, especially from you veterans. You know, you make it all worthwhile. When I can see it coming back. I mean, and I didn't know 40 years ago or so that you'd still be here, Comrade Penny. I mean, you know, I met Comrade Penny Hess, in Louisville, Kentucky, and she was with a lot of other people who said that they wanted to be in the solidarity movement. They wanted to be a part of African People's Solidarity Movement, and she, out of that crew in Louisville, the only one standing. But she didn't, and she really has such integrity and love for the party, and willing to do whatever was called for, willing to do whatever without hesitation. And I've said, okay, Penny, I want you to go to Maine. Went to Maine. I want you to go to New York. Went to New York. No hesitation, no questions asked about it. I want you to go to California. I want you to go to St. Petersburg, Florida. This is cadre. You understand? And so she was able to do that. Comrade Maureen, and others, Comrade Allison, Haney and Sandra Thomas, who was there when the police raided that house. There was a picture of it that we saw in one of the struggles in Oakland, where we seized these houses and what have you. And Comrade Sandy was just sent there as a reporter from a local Pacifica radio station who kind of liked us and stuff. And she was spending the night with us as we occupied this place. And the police raided it and took her to jail. I said, well, that's the last we'll see of her. and that's what deepened her. And brought her here. And then people who've been there with all these struggles and whatever, they've learned and developed through that. You develop through struggle. You develop through practice. You have to have the courage to practice, and you have to want it. If you don't want it, you will never develop. And you can't develop bullshitting. And we hear that all the time. I listen to reports. I hear bullshit. I recognize bullshit when I hear it. Everybody else recognizes bullshit too. Maybe people didn't know that. I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, because now that I said it, people are going to be ashamed to bullshit. But the objective is not to simply to be here. The objective is not simply to get likes. The objective is not even to win a debate. The objective is to win this revolution and to become more competent in the process of making it happen. I want to salute Comrade Deputy Chair Zene Ishitola, who, this African woman, who used to annoy the hell out of me, to tell you the truth, because she's a stickler. She would get these political reports, and every time you go to her office, you see her underlining. And I said, we are preparing to govern. And she would take it and then translate it into preparation to govern. I don't even know how many other people read the damn political reports, to tell you the truth. Once they've been presented. But she reads them and studies them to move forward. And because we did adopt the political report, that's your political report now. So I thought it was a great day today. I really, really do. I'm extraordinarily enthusiastic about the future as a consequence of the tremendous work that everybody in this party and everybody in this movement is doing. And that's what makes me able to say without hesitation, it makes me able to say, we will win. We are winning. E's relate to E Africa, Vanguard up, Uhuru.
Vanguard up, Uhuru. Oh, really great done, Chairman. That's the summation of the day. And I just want to salute your profound leadership, Chairman. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
We do have one more vendor that we wanted to get to before the evening was out.
What's that vendor? I jumped the gun, didn't I?
It happens. It happens. We have this one vendor to get to. I want to call up Director Akile. Who, Director?
Nah, Chairman. I see what you were trying to do was he was trying to protect people's wallets because I was coming for them. So Chairman was trying to help y'all, but y'all can't get away that quick. So I'm going to go ahead and close out this night, but I just really want to salute an incredible day 3 and appreciate and salute our leadership, Chairman Malia Shatella, and that summation, which is really hard to come after, but I promise I'm going to make you guys, Chairman, you trying to say something?
Yeah. Great comrade, Louisa Kinshasa. Because Louisa was here, and ways you will understand, we travel throughout Europe together. We struggle around many of the ideological and theoretical questions that we're dealing with right now. I just want to say that and recognize the significant role that he's played in making stuff happen in the Caribbean and throughout Africa and other places, and what he has brought to the development of the theory of African internationalism. And then I'm going to say, let's spend some money with the Akile and Naive right now. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman. Uhuru. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody was trying to say something. All right, Uhuru. Thank you again, Chairman. And yes, salute to the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and salute to all of the comrades who gave these incredible reports today. And, I'm just excited to, move the work along with all of you. So, I'm going to only take 15 minutes of your time, I promise, but I'm representing Burning Spear Media. I am your sales representative today. And I'm going to show you, we have 2 segments within this 15-minute section where I'm going to show you some of our standard items that you can find on Burning Spear Marketplace that, have consistent inventory. So you don't have to do anything special in the chats. You can just go to this website all the time and find these materials there. So the first thing I wanted to show you, again, you can find these items on burningspearmarketplace.com. It's right behind me, your red, black, and green flag on their wooden flagpole. And these RBG flags are not just good for decoration, but they are good for outreach, demonstrations, any kind of community organizing. And you can also get a bundle of RBG flags and use them as a fundraiser for your local party unit or organization. Put them right on your tables, sell them while you're marching through the streets, but get those RBG flags. Don't have an outreach table. Don't go outside without them. So that's your RBG. Again, go to burningspearmarketplace.com. Let people know exactly what you rep from the get-go with that RBG flag. So, of course, and want to mention, shout out Burning Spear Media being a subsidiary of Black Star Industries, and want to shout out Deputy Chairwoman Naya Shatella. And one of our institutions with Burning Spear Media is the oldest Black Power newspaper in existence. It is the Burning Spear newspaper, founded in 1968 by our very own Chairman Malia Shatella. It's been in constant production since. This is your February 2020 edition. Cheers to the new year, 2021, the period of the ascendancy of the slave. That's your front cover. So you guys, there's a couple of ways you can support and get this Burning Spear newspaper. You can become a subscriber, get your individual copy delivered straight to your door, $25 a year to get this paper to your front door, 12 months out of the year. You can order distributor bundles, and we talked about distributing and increasing the distribution of the spear. So make sure you guys get your bundles at burningspearmarketplace.com, and you can support the the Mafundi Lake Sponsor Prisoner Program by donating, by sponsoring a prisoner to contribute to this fund where we send, over 500 African brothers and sisters locked behind these colonial concentration camps, the spear for free. So get your Burning Spear newspapers, get your February copy today, burningspearmarketplace.com. I'm also going to plug a couple of our books. This is by no means our full catalog, but I just wanted to reference a couple of fan favorites. We sold out of Amalia Shatella Speaks this past year, and I want to shout out Comrade Matsamela because he had a lot to do with that. This is a collection of articles, interviews, and presentations from our very own chairman, Amalia Shatella. So Amalia Shatella Speaks is available right here with the print copy and also available on Kindle e-reader. So if anybody has Kindle, likes to do that e-reader, you can also get Amalia Shatella Speaks on there as well. These books are $20. So get your Amalia Shatella Speaks, burningspearmarketplace.com. And then One Africa, One Nation, which really highlights the significance of the existence and growth of the African Socialist International, which was edited by our very own chairman, Amalia Shatella. One African, One Nation is available on burningspearmarketplace.com for $20. So get your One Africa, One Nation book. And last but not least, couldn't talk about the books of our catalog without mentioning the chairman's latest publication, Vanguard, the Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution, which is the political report to the 7th Congress of our party, which is laying out, these 5 years in between now and our first international Congress going to be held in 2023 in occupied Azania. So this book features, obviously, the political report written by the chairman, a foreword from Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa, a full picture spread of our 7th Party Congress. So you guys want to get your copy of Vanguard if you don't have it already. So again, this first segment was just plugging things that you can find on burningspearmarketplace.com. So no special things are needed to do here. Just make sure you go to that website. So the second segment, however, does feature some special items. They are limited quantity items. So you have to claim it here, have to claim it now. And it is first come, first serve. So some items we have a little bit more than others. So some people might be able to walk out of here with, everything that they want. So our first item that I'm going to talk about, Matsamela conveniently plugged it on the first day of the plenary, and it's these vintage blue Chairman and Huey P. Newton pins passing the torch. Actually buttons, we're calling them buttons. So Chairman and Huey P. Newton, I don't know if you guys could see this with the glare of the light, but passing the torch. And this photo was shot of, these two comrades at the Oakland Uhuru House in the 80s. And this button, if you want this button, we have 15 left. You can type button or item 2 into the comment section. These buttons are $3 only. These are vintage pins. So type in button or item 2 into the chat section to claim your button. We only got 15 left, so claim them fast. All right. Personal favorite of mine is we just got these and we only have 25 left on hand. And it's these beautiful Burning Spear enamel pins right here. And you guys can't see the words, but you've seen this logo. And it says the International Voice of the African Revolution. It's a beautiful enamel pin, very vibrant colors, and it's going to be $10. I personally like to put my enamel pins right on my backpack, right here. I was a big enamel pin girl in high school. So this is really, I love this piece right here. So this is $10. If you'd like a pin, type pin or item 5 in the comment section, pin or item 5 in the comment section. And there she is right there. She's gorgeous. All right. And okay, so Lover's Day is coming up, but also there's, for any movie night with family, loved ones, you can set this up as a film night or a film showing for your local organizations. Or, just to chill at the house. So not quite a movie, not quite a film, but important historical documentation of the chairman and Huey P. Newton at the Uhuru House in Oakland, California, which features the quote that Huey P. Newton said, where you might not have the Black Panther Party, but you have the Uhuru House. You might not have the Black Panther newspaper, but you have the Burning Spear. So they haven't done anything by destroying one organization. So you guys can get this right. You type in Huey or item 21. Type in Huey or item 21 to claim this DVD of the chairman and Huey P. Newton. And to keep with our DVD collection, we have The Wolf and the Double-Edged Blade featuring Chairman Amalia Shatella. People might know this speech titled The Wolves that was featured on Dead Prez's Let's Get Free album, but the speech is actually called The Wolf and the Double-Edged Blade. So this is Chairman Amalia Shatella's full presentation where he talks about the U.S. government imposed drug economy on the African community. So this, you can type in Blade or item 22, Blade or item 22, and the DVDs are $15. Both DVDs, $15. So Blade or item 22 to get this copy of Chairman and The Wolf and the Double-Edged Blade. And you heard me read from this earlier. This is not a shameless self-promotion. This is going to benefit the Burning Spear Media, but I have three copies left of This Is For You poetry book. And I want to shout out Comrade Kyle Weiss of APSC for designing this beautiful cover. But This Is For You, we only have 3 books left. So this is $20. So if you are a lover of poetry, you can cop these by putting poem or item 10 into the comment section. So poem or item 10, again, this is $20. So claim your book today. And yeah, poem or item 10. All right, and I saw some comments in the comment section kind of anticipating this, so I'm really excited about this. So these items are actually going to benefit Black Power 96 Radio. So I just showed you some items to benefit Burning Spear Media, but we're also, this is Agitprop, so we got to deal with the whole department. So we're going to focus on some fundraising for Black Power 96 Radio. So I've got a couple of vinyls on hand. So if you own a record player or if you're just somebody who collects, I just got me a record player. So woo woo. But 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Gotcha. Okay. So if you, again, have a vinyl player or you just like to collect vinyls, I got a couple for you right here. I didn't even know they had this in vinyl because this is like my era, but Jagged Edge, Let's Get Married. So Jagged Edge, Let's Get Married is going for $10. This is $19.99. I didn't even know these brothers had that many versions of Let's Get Married, but there's a lot of versions. So you can find them all on here. All of the vinyls are used, but they're in really good condition. So again, the ID for this is Edge or item 20. So if you're feeling in the Let's Get Married mood, you're trying to give a hint, wink, wink to somebody, type in Edge or item 20 for $10. So that's our Jagged Edge vinyl, but I got some more for you. I got some treats. So this one right here, I got Lisa and Cult Jam with Full Force. And my favorite Lisa song has got to be All Cried Out. But this one's a good one too. Can You Feel the Beat? And this is 1985. So if you want this Lisa and Cult Jam with Full Force, type in Jam or item 19. This is $10. Jam or item 19 for your Lisa and Cult Jam with Full Force. All right. And I got sister girl Patti LaBelle with The Winner in You. Patti LaBelle, this vinyl is 1986. It's going for $10. So Patti LaBelle, Winner in You, type in Patti as in petty and item or type in item 18. So Patti or item 18 for this Patti LaBelle vinyl, again, going for $10. Couple more with you. Got to follow up Patti LaBelle with Sister Shaka Khan, right here. What you gonna do for me? What you're gonna do is you're gonna get this vinyl, right? So you're gonna type in Shaka or item 17, and Shaka item 17, $10, 1981, Sister Shaka Khan. So y'all go ahead and type in Shaka or item 17 to claim your album. All right, so this is for the lovers. This is for the ladies. Brother El DeBarge. So So this is El DeBarge with his self-titled El DeBarge, 1986. Type in DeBarge or item 15, DeBarge or item 15 to get your El DeBarge self-titled vinyl. $15 for El DeBarge. Yes, $15 for Mr. El DeBarge. All right, gotta go quick. This one's a favorite, although they should really put, they should have really had explicit like little warnings on the vinyls back in the day. They didn't really have that, because when I started playing this, Pafiotti and my little brother and sister were running around the house. Well, this is Richard Pryor. Are you serious? So nobody warned me on the cover, but Richard Pryor, Are You Serious? It's a comedy album by the comedian Richard Pryor, and it's 1976. Type in Pryor or item 14. This is going for $15. So Pryor or item 14 for $15 to get Richard Pryor. All right.
Uhuru, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, I can do this. Okay, so 2 minutes, 3 more vinyls. All right, so we got Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five with The Message. So you guys can get this 1982 vinyl by typing in Flash or item 13. Flash or item 13. This is going for $25. $25 for Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. So claim your prize. And last two, this one was actually hard for me to let go. This was probably my favorite sound from this group, Earth, Wind, and Fire. This particular sound that Earth, Wind, and Fire were going for at this time, really loved it. 1971, this is The Need of Love, and you can type in EWF or item 16. This is going for $25. 1971, but in really great condition. So Earth, Wind, and Fire, type in EWF, item 16 for this gem right here. And I got to close out with this bad boy. Again, one of the hard one to let go, but this one was, this got my jam on it. This is the OJs, So Full of Love, featuring the hit Used to Be My Girl. So you can get your OJs vinyl by typing in OJs or item 12. So this is $35 right here. It even got the little old clear packaging. Okay, it's been open, but you know, that's how good it is. So $35, type in OJs or item 12 to claim this So Full of Love vinyl. So that's what I've got for you all. I've got my Burning Spear Media vendor team in the comment section following up with all of you, but just want to say thank you guys for shopping with Burning Spear Media. My name is Akila Anai, and I have been your shopping representative. So make sure you hit up Burning Spear Marketplace for all of your needs of burning spears, flags, and publications. Thank you all so much. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I wanted to call dibs on that OJ record, but I feel like I'm about to end up in a bidding war.
Uhuru. Yeah.
Dexter?
What you say?
About the OJ record?
I said I was about to get the OJ record, but I see you.
Go ahead and get it. I might have it already. Get it. I mean, I've got tons of records that I haven't been able to listen to any of them lately. So go ahead and get it.
Yes, he does.
Spotify.
Go ahead and get it, Comrade Dexter. Please do that. Okay.
Yeah. Uhuru, I just wanted to say something really quick. We just got another update on the donations, and right now we are at $100,925.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
We've been doing it. We've been doing a damn thing. You know, we've been doing it. So, I mean, this has been an absolutely wonderful, powerful day, and I'm winded. I am winded. You know, this has been so exciting and so powerful. And if you're not a member of the party, you need to be. This is, I mean, to look at all the work that's been taking place and that's going to take place. The fact that we're on the ground doing it. You know, we're not just talking about it, we're actually doing it. you got to get in where you fit in, you know. So, yeah, I just wanted to just go ahead and close it out with Vanguard up,
Vanguard up,
Vanguard up.